beautiful Sunday in Portland, Oregon.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are back in the Electric Forest for day 2 of the 2026 Portland Track Festival. We are coming to you live here. We're going to start with the open heats and move through the schedule to the high performance heats, and then we're going to cap off the evening with the hot window. We can see some of the kids warming up right now. They're going to kick us off here. First race of the day actually is the Masters Women's 4x800 meters. We have Team Red Lizard, local great running club in the city that's going after the Masters Club American record. So we'll watch that, and then we'll move through the schedule, through the open miles, the girls and boys youth miles, the high school 1500 meters, the open men's and women's 1500 meters, the open men's and women's 400s, and then we'll move into the high performance section beginning at 4:57 p.m. And then opening ceremonies, of course, begin at 6 p.m. with the Unipiper and the drum line, and that'll lead us right into the Portland versus Seattle versus San Francisco 3K. And then from there, we'll get into the top heats of the high performance section before we kick it off with our hot window beginning at 7:30 p.m. tonight. So that's when you're going to want to be in your seats. You're either going to want to be here at Griswold Stadium on the campus of Lewis and Clark College, or you're going to want to be where there's a screen in front of you, wherever that is, because we're going to see the fast sections of the men's and women's steeplechase, the 800, the 5,000 meters, and the 1,500s. All of the action today will be brought to you on the Tracklandia YouTube channel, on trackland.com, where you can see all the cool features, fan poll, the sweeten the pot function. You can check out all of the field lists. You can also watch on usatf.tv. And the hot window, along with streaming on all of those channels, will be shown on Rose City Sportsnet here on TV in Portland. We got a duo warming up here. I think they're just out for a jog, maybe doing a few laps. Not sure if they're entering a race or not. Maybe cheering on the 4x800 about to take the track. Here we've got the next generation warming up on the infield. It's a perfect day for running out here. Sun is shining. It's mid-70s. And tonight, we'll get down to low 70s for the hot window. And when the sun dips behind the trees here, it's just a perfect setting for racing. Take a look at the BTC Youth Club out there on the field. They've got their tent set up. camps of all local youth clubs around here set up on the infield. It's a circus out there as the meet starts. Here we go. We can see, I heard a whistle, so we're about to start the Masters Women's 4x800 meters. We've got 3 teams contesting this, and it's not only a Masters Women's race. There's a high school girls team in here from Sheldon, and then another open 4x800 team that's assisting Team Red Lizard going after this Masters American Club record. So the club 4x800 relay record for women over 40 is 9:46.22, and that was set by Athena Track Club in 2007. So that is the time that Team Red Lizard will be going for. Team of Joyce, Heineck, Matson, or Heineck, Matson, Crocker, and Hugh Brixty. The wave light for this is going to be set for 9:30. The record is 9:46. There will be another light at 9:46 so we can see how far ahead or where they are. That guy with the stroller is just everywhere. We're going to kick this thing off very soon. There he is again. He's just going back and forth out there. See, this is the kind of thing that can take place in the early stages of the Portland Track Festival, in the open sections. Not sure that we'll see him out there during the hot window. Runners getting their instruction on the line right now. And there are the teams. You can see the Team Red Lizard outfit. The red and the white. That's the team going for the Masters Club record. And then a team of open runners from different clubs attached to the Portland running scene wearing the black kits, and Sheldon High School also in this. And I think they're wearing black uniforms as well. Here we go, about to kick off. Day 2, the big day of the 2026 Portland Track Festival, 18th edition here at Lewis and Clark College.
First event on the track, the women's 4x800 meter relay. Each of these athletes going through 2 laps around the track, half a mile, 2 mile total relay. 4x800. How's everybody doing in the stands today here on day number 2? Welcoming in these athletes and this energy for a phenomenal.
We got kids warming up over there as the Masters women's race takes the line. Big thank you to our partners, Nike Running, USATF. Here we go. We're off and running. You can see below on the clock, we've got the green lights set for 9:30 and the white lights set for 9:46, which is that Masters Women's Club record. And on the inside, that's Lindsay Drake. I've got a rooting interest in this. She's my wife running out there. So she's on the open team, pacing the Red Lizards here. And that's Carrie Heineck, who is on that record attempting team wearing the Red Lizard kit. So looking for 2:22.5 average here for the 800 meters. And here comes Drake and Heineck down the straightaway. With a first lap in the books, right around 70 seconds. 69.9 for Lindsay Drake. And Lindsay set her 5K PR here a number of years ago. She placed third in the high performance 5,000 meters in that race, running 15:44. But she's out well in this 800. They're getting to 600 now as they fly by the club banners. Red Lizard club banner up there. And they're right on the green lights. Carrie Heineck is right on the green lights, and remember that's 9:30 pace, so that's 16 seconds in front of the Masters Club record that they're shooting for. And Drake leading her in this 800. They're coming up to the first exchange. And there goes Heineck, making a move. They'll both hand off. Lindsay hands off to Jesse Rubin on the inside, and Heineck hands off to Matson. And we're off and running here. 2:23 for the 800 for both teams. And Sheldon High School tucked back there. 2:29 for the opening leg of Sheldon. And Matson in this first lap leading. Jesse Rubin tucked in behind her. So Rubin does a little bit of everything here in Portland. Runs the trails, runs the track, runs the roads. And now she's making a move on the outside. But Matson accepting the challenge and staying in front. And they're ahead of 9:30 pace right now. Through the first lap. And a 69 once again for Matson. And 69 for Rubin also. 67 for the Sheldon High School leg. And now once again, Rubin tries to go around, and she's successful this time. Getting in front of Matson, which is great for this record attempt, as Matson now has somebody to chase. Sticking on Rubin's heels. And Jesse Rubin now getting some distance on the Red Lizard team. Remember, we said that record is 9:46.22, a 19-year-old record set by Athena TC from Maine. So Rubin pushing down the straightaway now. A great leg for her. And we're coming up to the handoff. Red Lizard hands off as well. And about 2:20 thereabouts for the Red Lizard team. And 2:23 again or 2:23, excuse me, for the Red Lizard team, 2:20 for the open team in front. And out well here, the open team in front. Pacing nicely. We're ahead of that 9:30 pace. Both teams well ahead of the lights at this point. Red Lizard chasing that open team. Team Red Lizard attempting this American club record. 67 seconds for the opening lap for the open team. 67 as well for Team Red Lizard. And Team Red Lizard moving well. Having that team to chase as they also chase the record. Sheldon High School tucked into third position. And there's the Red Lizard team closing down with 200 meters remaining in this third leg of the 4x800 meters. And onto the home straightaway, Team Red Lizard. And this is coming up to the final exchange of this Masters Women's 4x800 meter club record attempt. And here we go, the exchange is made as we get a nice about 2:18 leg on that third leg. Great 800 meter leg for the record attempting team. And remember, it is a club American record because all members are on the same club here. They're on Team Red Lizard. So we are well ahead of the lights at this point. The lights set at 9:30, and then we've got the white lights that are set at 9:46, but they're incredibly far in front of those lights. So we will see, because the club 4x800 Masters record is 9:46. The outright Masters 4x800 American record is 9:18, and that was set by women who were not on the same club team. We'll see how close they can get to that. 67 again for this opening leg of the anchor. And it's all Team Red Lizard at this point. These women on the same club together in Portland. Team Red Lizard, one of the storied clubs in the city, puts on the Stumptown Cross Country Series every fall that all of the other clubs participate in. And you can see all those banners on the backstretch too, the clubs in Portland, the home teams. And they're cheering on a home team here, trying to bring a record back to the Rose City. And here it is, the final straightaway, and this record is in the books. Team Red Lizard will be your new American Club Masters Women's 4x800 record holders. 9:25, they obliterate the record by 21 seconds. And hugs all around here. 9:25.61, your new record. And bringing in the open squad here, also under that record. Not all women on that squad are Masters runners though. And here comes Sheldon High School too. Cruising into the finish here. 10 minutes on the clock. And they'll cross the line just over 10 minutes. So your new Masters Club record holders in the 4x800. Team Red Lizard out of Portland, Oregon, 9:25. That's the time to beat for anybody, any teams around the country looking to challenge. So last night we saw the number 2 all dates time ever in the D3 steeplechase. Lance Sabaski ran 8:37. And we also saw Caitlin Bounds run a world Paralympic record in the 5,000 meters, 17:02. And now we see this Masters Women's Club 4x800 record, 9:25. And we're just getting started here on day 2. High fives all around. And we're going to move quickly through these sections here. As next up on the track, we're going to have a Masters Mile. Masters Men's and Women's Mile up on the track next here at the Portland Track Festival. And the early goings on day 2. Checking splits here in the audience. See what we ran. It looked like she was hoping for a 2:20. But your team of Heineck, Matson, Crocker, and Wiebrecht, that's the new 4x800 Club Women's Masters record holders. 9:25.61. Next up on the track, we have the Masters races, and it looks like they're combining the men's and women's races for Masters Mile here, as we have 2 Masters women and 9 Masters men who will be jumping on the track. And remember, we've got a lot of action coming throughout the day as we get to the high performance sections later, and then the hot window. And you can go to trackland.com, TRACKLND.com. Check out all the functionality. You could sweeten the pot. If you add money into the prize purse of the existing bronze level prize purse, then half of the money goes into the purse itself, and half of the money goes to the Portland Track Community Fund, which funds athletic programs for the youth in the city, kids in need for gear, entries, uniforms, and just the ability to get out there and race, keeping entry fees low for the All-Comers Series, and also funding entry fees for kids in need as well. So be sure to do that. You can go sweeten the pot, raise track in the city, and raise the city through track. That's our mantra here. That's what Keep Portland Running means to us. And Masters athletes stepping onto the track now. You can see the names of the athletes toeing the line here. Many of them from local clubs in the city as well, and from around the West Coast. We got Valor Track Club represented from Southern California and West Valley Track from the Bay Area, I believe. But we have Evergreen Run Club, Portland here, Portland Running Company, the racing team, Team Red Lizard represented in this race, the Bowerman Track Club, Strawberry Canyon Track Club also in this race. Athletes on the line getting their instructions. And there we go, we're off and running.
And we're off for the men's 1 mile Masters run.
And this is the men's 1 mile Masters run. So we've got 7 athletes in this race. Wayne Dilley, Max Smith, Team Red Lizard, David Wertenen, Doug Lewis of the BTC, Nick Kovaleski, Ian Batch, and Christopher Schaefer of Team Red Lizard out there. The wave light pacing for this race set for 4:40, and the white lights set for 5 minutes. Red Lizard runners out front. It looks like Schaefer and Max Smith striding onto the home straightaway here. So right now they're under 5-minute pace. As we complete the first lap of 4 for the mile. Ian Batch and Chris Schaefer out front. Wayne Dilley in third, Portland Running Company. And now Batch takes the lead. Cruising down the backstretch, Chris Schaefer in tow. And then Dilley and Max Smith from Red Lizard, third and fourth. And coming up to halfway, here we have Ian Batch, the Masters Men's Mile. Batch will get there in about 2:21, thereabouts through halfway. So a 68-second lap for Batch. We'll see what these guys can do on the third lap, because that is the one that is always the toughest in the mile. Got to keep focused. It's the tricky one. But Batch and Schaefer. Schaefer about 2 seconds behind Batch at halfway. And last week we had the Rose City Mile here, hosted by the Rose City Track Club over at Franklin High School. A lot of great mile racing there with the Masters athletes, the Open athletes in the city, and high school athletes. Here onto the straightaway. And this is, of course, Father's Day, so I'm sure some of these athletes out here are fathers and racing a mile on their day. About 3:32 through 3 laps. So that was a 70-second lap for Batch. And here we go, inside 200 meters to go in this Masters men's mile. Ian Batch has taken the lead early for Team Red Lizard, and he's looking for the second win of the day for Team Red Lizard, as they already broke the Women's Masters Club record in the 4x800. But Batch going to make it 2 for 2 here. And I think we could safely say that as Chris Schaefer, his teammate, is in second as well. But this is Ian Batch coming up to the line, and he'll cross it in about 4:41 unofficially, 4:42.34, closing in 69 flat for the Masters men's mile. Chris Schaefer of Team Red Lizard also 4:48.44. And we got more Masters men coming in, closing out the race. 5:04 for Nick Kovaleski. Max Smith of Team Red Lizard, 5:07.21. And we got Doug Lewis out there, 74 years old, going for a sub 6-minute mile here. He's coming down the straightaway for the Bowerman Track Club. Doug Lewis. The fans are going nuts in the stands for Doug. Let's go, Doug. Bring it all the way home. He'll safely get sub 6, 74 with a 5:46 mile. Incredible. And we see Ian Batch again here coming down the line for a replay, taking his 4:42. But Doug Lewis getting a hug from every competitor in the race over there, running 4:46 or 5:46 for that mile at 74 years old. A great day's work here at PTF. And that's the Masters men's mile. Just a glimpse of what we'll see later in the day. And I hope the hot window athletes just watch that, because they can keep going for 50 more years. This is a lifelong sport here, one that you can participate in and be a fan around for the rest of your life. And I'm sure Doug Lewis will be out here when he's 94. And Dave Ribbich down there, our in-stadium mic guy, holding up the stomp and the clap signs. And we're hearing the "We Will Rock You" chant right now. Stomp, stomp, clap. But we're getting ready for the action that we'll see later today. Dave is just teaching everybody how to act here at a track meet, how to bring the hype. But right now we're going to turn our attention to the junior boys 1 mile race. So these are youth athletes on the line, just getting started in their running careers. And it looks like they've got about 67, 66 years until they catch up to Doug Lewis here. We got kids on the line from YTF, kids from the Bowerman Track Club, from Reynolds Middle School. There's your field list. Getting their instructions right now. Pete Castro. And after they run this mile, they can get some brisket from Smokin' John's barbecue food truck, the parking lot. Get back in the stands and watch the rest of the day's action. And they're off and running here. We'll see how they pace themselves through these early laps. The wave light, you can see the green set for 5:30. So Doug Lewis would be right in this one. But out hard. Nobody really wants to draft in this race. Everybody just wants the front right away. They want that camera time. And we're cruising through the opening lap here. It's going to be a hot first 200. Let's see. 37 on the clock, so right about 5-minute pace. And now it looks like settling into pace a little bit. Just had to get some space out in the lead. And this is Rowan Arnold out front. Rowan Arnold from Reynolds Middle School. And one lap down. About 76 for that lap. So just a hair over 5-minute pace. We'll see what he can do over the remaining 3 laps. And all these athletes in the field. We've got Rowan Arnold, Lincoln Rakers, Colby Duncan, Will Posey, Justin Quentzer Sr. from the Bowerman Track Club, Nathaniel Witcher, Elliot Parker, Emmanuel Castro, Jordan White, Finn McMacken, Tyler Lim, and Fisher Steenson. And Rowan Arnold out front. Lincoln Rakers right behind him. And Rakers making a move around. We'll see if Rowan Arnold can respond, summon the strength. It's a long race out there. Some people say the mile's a marathon, not a sprint. But it's right in that sweet spot between sprint and distance. So you have to have that speed and that strength. And Rowan Arnold testing himself once again, going back to the lead. Sometimes it helps to get a little clap from the crowd. Arnold through halfway with his crew in 2:47. Lincoln Rakers right there and Colby Duncan. And then in 4th, we have Will Posey. But some changes at the front, and that looks like Colby Duncan. Duncan, and then Lincoln Rakers. Stringing out the field now. Duncan making a move. And just off that 5:30 pace as they came through halfway in about 2:47. But it'd be a fantastic day to get under 6 minutes here in the Electric Forest. And I'm sure we'll see some speedy closes here in the final lap. Oh, some moves being made now around the bend. Oh, looking back. Don't look back. You might see what's coming. More moves made. Lincoln Rakers, I think, back to the front. Or Will Posey. Let's see. Oh, Duncan moving again down the straightaway. And a solid race developing with a lap to go. As that's Duncan and Posey only separated by 3/100ths at the bell, and now getting some more separation. And that looks like Will Posey out to the front. Posey bided his time back in the pack, sitting in fourth for a while throughout this race, and then made a hard move with a lap to go. And now, sprinting around this final curve, he makes his way around the steeple barrier. And here comes Will Posey onto the home straightaway. Posey showing this crowd what he's all about. Eyes up, looking at the tape. And this will be Posey taking his win in the Electric Forest in 5:37. Arms raised. .537 for Will Posey, and then Justin Quenser Sr. 5:40. And Colby Duncan 5:41. Senior, huh? Justin Quenser Sr. We got Lincoln Rakers holding on for a 5:50. Nathaniel Witcher right at that 6-minute mark. Emmanuel Castro 6:10. Elliot Parker 6:11 up there. And here comes Rowan Arnold into the finish. Oh, make it there. Just got there. 6:29 for Rowan Arnold. A great mile there. 6:29 for Fisher Steenson. And some great racing here. It was Will Posey taking the victory in 5:37. And here he is coming down the final straightaway. Posey with an 81-second last lap, pacing himself nicely. He went 81, 89, 85, and then 81 again. That's the kind of curve you want to see for splits in a mile. We've got another heat here coming up in the junior boys mile. So this is heat 2 of 2. And it's a big field on the line. If I'm not mistaken, it says 22 athletes. We'll see if that's the case as they get going here. Once again, we have athletes from YTF here. And the Bowerman Track Club. Victoria. That's Theo Stellingworth coming down. Teams from Whisper Running. OC Excellence Running Club. So we got 13 athletes in this field. And the wave light for this one set at 4:40, you can see on the screen. and crushing it out there. We got a YTF athlete out front. You can see the red singlets of the Bowerman Track Club. And that is Alfie Moss out there for YTF, as the green lights are right on their inside. Down the final straightaway here for the first time. We've got 3 laps remaining, 71 seconds on the clock for the first lap. And it looks like Logan Duncan out front, followed by Aaron Bijou of the Bowerman Track Club. Duncan moving nicely. We got the hair flowing in the breeze. And it is perfectly still out here. A hint of a breeze out there on the track. There's always a little bit early in the day, but as we approach the hot window, it gets perfectly still here in the Grove. And it's prime time to run fast. And here comes Logan Duncan. Getting some cheers from the crowd. Duncan leading this thing. And he gets to halfway in about 2:25. Duncan, and then Theo Stellingworth, the Canadian, in second. Yesterday, in the opening day of the Portland Track Festival, we had 48 personal bests set in the Electric Forest. This year, today, a lot more racing will take place. But Duncan moving nicely down the backstretch, setting a pace that's under 5 minutes for the mile. And he's followed by Theo Stellingworth, and then Rowan Ditto. Aaron Bijou in here as well in fourth. Sean Levine, his teammate from the Bowerman Track Club. Owen Becker Nunley of Whisper Running. Charles Parker, YTF. Alfie Mobbs. Austin Buell. Jackson Siebers. Lincoln Downey. And Aiden Levine of the Bowerman Track Club. This is still Logan Duncan up front. And he's coming up to the line with a lap to go. Still under 5 minute pace. 3:42 on the clock. And we're getting the split here from line to line. So we're going 440 splits, so they're a little faster. 3:42 coming through 13:20. But now Logan Duncan's got to hold it together if he wants to get under 5 minutes for this mile. Stellingworth is sprinting down the backstretch. Duncan still has some pop to his stride as he gets to 200 meters to go here, 4:21. Let's see what he can do closing around this final bend. Duncan rounds the bend. On to the final stretch now for the last time. And Stellingworth giving chase. It's Logan Duncan and Theo Stellingworth past the living room. And Dave Ribbich on the microphone down there. Duncan will get under about 4:56 unofficially, and Stellingworth will get under as well. Duncan 4:55.99, Stellingworth 4:58.21 for the mile. Both these guys 6th graders. And those are PRs for both of them. Coming into this race, Duncan had a 5:03 best, coming away with 4:55. Stellingworth had a 5:04 best, coming in with leaving with 4:58. And we got Rowan Ditto leaving with a 5:08. Braden Bjornstad from Beaverton Youth Track Club with a 5:08. Aaron Bijou with a 5:20. Sam Levine, Bowerman Track Club athlete, 5:21. Great racing here from our youth athletes in the early stages of PTF. Next up, we have the girls' youth 1 mile. And the girls coming out onto the track right now. And once again, YTF represented well in this girls' youth mile, as we're going to have 2 sections of this race. And off and running, here we go. First section of the youth girls mile. And we got Joella Grundy in this, Shelby Smith, Eleanor Roll, Allison Mejia, Ainsley Buell, Freddie Baker, Elias Nitschke, Hadley Poach, and Ashley Buxman. YTF Athletics Northwest in here. El Paso West Side and Whisper running. And Shelby Smith out front here, leading the way. Allison Mejia up there. Running side by side. Mejia eases her way to the front as they get through the first lap in about 1:22. That's Mejia, Shelby Smith, and Joella Grundy. And then in fourth, we have Finley Croft on the screen. Mejia now taking the lead. And that's Mejia moving nicely around the bend. Shelby Smith, Joella Grundy, Finley Croft, and Ella Bledsoe in there. And more athletes warming up. Getting in some shade, getting ready to race here. As after these races, we're going to make our way to the Open 1500s. But here comes Allison Mejia through halfway in about 2:49. So looking for potentially under a 5:40 mile here. Shelby Smith and Joella Grundy maybe looking for a sub-6. And Finley Croft staying close to Joella Grundy. But Allison Mejia with some good separation right now from second place. Coach out there telling him to keep the pace up. And all Allison Mejia here coming onto the home straightaway in the Electric Forest. Below the grandstand. Fans cheering her on. And bell lap here for Allison Mejia. 4:24 on the clock. 4:22. So still under 6-minute pace here. She can hold on to it. That was a 92 for that third lap. So third lap was over 6-minute pace, but right now overall averaging under. The 7th grader, Allison Mejia. Shelby Smith, you can see her on the screen, coming through in second place. She came through 3 laps in 4:28. But this is Allison Mejia rounding the bend. We've got fans along the fence line too, taking in the action here in the early races. And now she's in front of the lights, onto the home straightaway, opening up her stride, Allison Mejia. Down the final straightaway, past the living room. And Mejia will get there in 5:46. We've seen that number earlier today too. 5:46 for Allison Mejia. 5:46 also for 74-year-old Doug Lewis. Shelby Smith gets under, 5:57. A good run for her. And Joella Grundy, 6:02. As a personal best for Shelby Smith, 5:57, beating her 5:58 best. And a replay here for Allison Mejia coming down the home stretch. Taking a win in the Electric Forest. There's no better feeling when you could break the tape out there and hear the applause. Joella Grundy comes in third, 6:02. And they're the 4x800 runners cooling down as we saw the American Club record, Masters women, set earlier today, 9:25 for Team Red Lizard. And we have the second heat of the girls junior mile towing the line. And the pace for this heat set for 5:20 on the wave light. As it is a small field here. And off and running in the second heat of the girls' youth mile. Alexis Hilberry in this race. Elizabeth Lontai, Iris Galicia, Anova Grundy, Kyra Levine, and Luciana Calcagno. In this second heat of the girls' junior mile, with a pace set for 5:20. And out front, this is Anova Grundy. We saw her sister in the earlier heats. But now Anova taking the lead. And that's Grundy coming through in 77. Elizabeth Lontai behind her, and Kyra Levine, Iris Galicia, Grundy, Lontai, and Levine making their way down the back straightaway. And Grundy with the personal best of 5:40 coming into this race. Lontai 6:11 and Levine 5:52. If they stay on this pace, they'll all get big PRs today. The lights out there are set for 5:20. Grundy, Lontai, Levine, and some lead changing now, as this looks like through halfway. It's Elizabeth Lontai in about 2:44. Lontai of the YTF Track Club. We've seen a lot of those athletes here already. And Kyra Levine now in second place, and Grundy hanging on in third as they get to the toughest lap of the mile. They're well into it now, running down the back stretch. Lontai, Levine, and Grundy. 600 meters to go. Kyra Levine from the Bowerman Track Club in second place. Got a big presence in the youth athletic scene here in the city and known nationwide too. Right out of Beaverton, Oregon. And now she's given some competition to Elizabeth Lontai, Kyra Levine, as they enter the shadow of the home straightaway. This is Lontai and Levine coming up with a lap to go in the mile, about 4:12 with a lap to go, 4:12 through 13:20. Anova Grundy in third place still. And back to the front, Elizabeth Lontai. Lontai with that 6:11 PR coming into today. We'll see what she can come out of this with. Lontai, a sixth grader, Levine, a seventh grader, dueling it out down the back straightaway. And inside 200 meters to go, it's Lontai and Levine. Lontai and Levine, who's it going to be? Both of these athletes giving it their all out here. on a great day of racing. And here comes Bowerman Track Club's Kyra Levine down the home stretch. Lantai trying to stay with her, doing the best she can out there. Kyra Levine coming to the line, and she'll win this thing with her arms up. 5:34 on the clock for Kyra Levine. Lantai second in 5:35, a humongous PR. Both of these athletes. Anava Grundy coming in 5:41, and Iris Galicia 5:42 in fourth place. And out there coming in here, Luciana Calcagno, finishing up her mile and rounding out this field. And here she comes. About 6:20 on the clock for Luciana. But 5:34 for Levine, her best before this 5:52. And 5:35 for Lantai, her best before this 6:11. Amazing. And Grundy just off of her PR, 5:41, and her PR is 5:40. And here we could see that battle between Levine and Lantai down the straightaway. And Levine trying so hard, delivering that PR for herself, but Levine coming in with the win and pumped with the arms up. Great racing by the girls. And here we're moving our way right into the open men's 1,500 meters here. Or excuse me, this is the boys' high school 1,500 meters. We'll have a few sections of this. We're going to have a championship section later today of the high school boys 1,500, but this is your first race of the day, high school boys 1,500 meters. And athletes in here from Sheldon, Oregon, from West Seattle, from Rogue Valley, from Meade, from Park Rose, right on the east side, and the Bowerman Track Club as well. A big field of athletes out there as the wave light for this race is set for 4:08. 4:08 for this boys 1,500 meters. And we'll see what they can do as we're already out to a hot start. Three laps to go here in the 1,500, the 3 3/4 lap race. And that third pack is right on 4:08 pace, so our front two runners are well ahead. That's Zachariah O'Keefe for West Seattle coming down to Portland to make some noise. And Gabriel Gomez behind him. In third place, Irving Stoller. Brandon Campbell in the field, Landon Kjorstad, Trayton Good in here, Derek Kaywood, Diego Arudia, and Colston Book, Ethan Dehart, Daniel Lowe, Jacob Call, Caden Loftus, Benjamin Galinsky, McQuang Nguyen, Elijah Portwood, Espen Portwood, and Owen Veralt in the field as well. But this is Zachariah O'Keefe still at the front. 2 laps to go in this 1,500 meters. That was a 67.6 for O'Keefe. And now Stoller moving his way into second place. As we get to 800 meters here in about 2:12. Remember, 4:08 on the screen. That's what the wave lights are set for. And it's O'Keefe And now getting some company up there, as it's Ben O'Keefe from the gun. But now inside 600 meters to go. We're going to see if he can hold on to this lead as he gets some challenging. And that's Brandon Campbell moving up with Zachariah O'Keefe. Campbell and O'Keefe at the front. And both those runners will hit the bell right at 3:04. So a 69-second lap for O'Keefe, 67 for Campbell, moving up to O'Keefe. And they're followed by Irving Stoller. O'Keefe, Campbell, and about 3:22 on the clock at 1,200 meters. And now it's Campbell making his way down the back straightaway, and Stoller looking to make a pass as well. He'll get by O'Keefe. But Campbell getting some distance now. And we'll see what he can close this last lap in. Campbell moving very well around the bend. And looking to open up the stride now in front of the grandstand. Brandon Campbell at the front. Brandon Campbell striding down the home stretch. And he'll get to the line here, arms raised in 4:09 for the win. Campbell, Stoller, and O'Keefe. .409 for Campbell. Stoller 4:12, just holding off Zachariah O'Keefe for third. And Gabriel Gomez 4:13. Landon Kjorstad 4:17. Derek Kaywood 4:20. Trayton Good 4:20. And we're seeing a lot of personal bests all down the list as Kjorstad, Kaywood, Good, Urrutia. They all get PRs out here in the Electric Forest. 4:09 on the board here, the time to beat in the high school boys 1,500 meters. We continue to make our way through the races here as Elijah Portwood comes through, 5:14. And here we got a replay of Brandon Campbell coming down the home straightaway, holding off Irving Stoller. Campbell, the big move in the last lap, and it paid off here as he gets to the line, easing up in 4:09 for the win. And now we're shaping up for another 1,500 on the line. This, I believe, is the first heat of the open men's 1,500 meters. We'll have 4 heats of open men's 1,500 meters here. And in this race, Chris Segovia, Philip Hu, Adrian Reyes, Hernan Gary, Brody Cormier, Caden Blay, Jonas Enders, Isaiah Das, and Alejandro Madrigal. And the pace for this heat is set at 4:10 for the wave lights, so we'll see what these guys can do. As the high school boys kicked it off with a 4:09, and now we have the open men taking the track. Brody Cormier at the front. He's followed by Jesse Todd, Adam Keehee, Alejandro Madrigal Campos in there from Rasa Runners. And about 64 through the quarter. There's a good group up there. Cormier, Todd, Keehee, and Madrigal Campos. And Jonas Enders in the pink singlet, staying in touch. And around the bend we go. On the outside of that bend later today, we will see Jerry's Trackside Tavern serving beer trackside. It'll get rowdy in that corner for the hot window races. Coming up here, 2 laps to go. Adam Keehee at the front. That was a 67.6 for him. And Brody Cormier now in second position. Jesse Todd wearing the hat in third. And about 2:13, 2:12 through 800 meters. As we're looking to step on the pace once again, Cormier goes to the front, and Jesse Todd looking to make a move as well. I love to see when moves are being made in the third lap of a 1500, because you know something is usually going to be there in that fourth lap. So if you can pour it out in this third lap, you're going to be rewarded, most likely. And swinging all the way wide here, some jostling as Keehee gets back to the front. Cormier's lead was short-lived, but now at the bell, it's Adam Keehee at the front, and that was a 68.9 for that lap, as it is Keehee, Jesse Todd, Jonas Enders, and Brody Cormier. Down the back straightaway, Adam Keehee goes to the arms. He's pulling the strings out there as Jesse Todd tries to catch up to him. And Enders in that pink singlet in third. But it's still Keehee at the front. Less than 150 meters to go now for Adam Keehee. Can Jesse Todd catch him? Keehee onto the home straightaway. And it's Keehee and Todd passing the living room. Keehee at the front giving a look back, and I think he's got it safely in the bag as he gets to the line, also in 4:09, tying that time for the high school boys 1500 meter section. At 4:09.56 for Adam Keehee, Jesse Todd with a 4:11, and Jonas Enders 4:14. Cormier coming in with a 4:17. 64.8 on the close for Adam Keehee, and Jesse Todd with a 65. And your first heat of the men's 1500 nearly in the books, as we get one final finisher coming to the line here, and that's Nealon Gooding finishing up here in about 5:01. And we're going to kick off this second heat of the Open Men's 1500 right away. And here we go. Gun cracks, and we're right into the action once again for Heat 2 of the Men's Open 1500 meters. Eastside Athletics represented, Southeast Portland, Los Lobos, the Raza Runners, Stark Street, Portland here. Jess Vanderwalker back in this after a win last night in the Open 800 meters. Jesse Jarenka from Stark Street Athletics as well. Ethan Yan from Peninsula Distance Club up here from the Bay Area. and Noah Ortega. We have a few guys in this race who are doubling back from the 800 last night. And the wave light pace here set for 4 flat. That's Colin Hitchcock at the front. And he's looking for a fast pace right now as he's gapping the field. And through 400 meters in about 62 seconds as the field gives chase. Jesse Jurenka from Stark Street Athletics, that all-white uniform, that Central Catholic. Stark Street Athletics, the pseudonym for the Central Catholic Rams out there on the east side of Portland. Our local hero, Galen Rupp, graduated from. And around the bend here comes Colin Hitchcock once again. Hitchcock, Jurenka, Danny Skavron of Club Northwest in there. Skavron now moving his way into second. You could tell because he's wearing that orange of the Club Northwest. 2 laps remaining, 65.9 on that lap for Colin Hitchcock. And that's Rafael Rosario, sorry, in the orange singlet. Tricked me with the orange. Thought it was Club Northwest. Through 800 meters in about 2:09. Rosario now challenging Hitchcock, who's been leading this entire race so far. Jesse Jurenka in there. Hitchcock still holds on to the lead, but Rosario right there. And now David Leibowitz coming into the picture as well on the outside in the white singlet. Making a move down the home straightaway. That's David Leibowitz on the outside. Colin Hitchcock still in the lead as everybody gets into position for this final lap. Reached in about 3 flat with a lap to go for Colin Hitchcock. Time to beat on the board, 4:09 from the first heat. And Hitchcock gets to 1,200 meters. And now a challenge from the outside as that looks like Jess Vanderwalker, who we saw in the 800 last night. Inside 200 meters to go for Vanderwalker. Hitchcock still in there, and Leibowitz. Hitchcock trying to stay close, hitching his wagon to Vanderwalker, but Vanderwalker onto the home straightaway with the lead. And here comes Hitchcock once again, challenging on the outside. Hitchcock moving to the lead, taking over the front. And Colin Hitchcock will take the win here in Heat 2 of the Open Men's 1,500 meters. 4:03.43 for Colin Hitchcock. And a PR for him coming into this race with a 4:05.87. Vanderwalker, 4:03, another PR. Before this, he'd run 4:08. And here's the battle down the straightaway as Hitchcock overtakes Vanderwalker once again and comes to the line for the victory in 4:03. Leibowitz taking third in this race in a 4:07. And now we'll turn our attention to the start line for the start of Heat 3 of the men's open 1,500 meters. Officials calling them to the line now. And the wave light set for 3:56 for this heat. And off and running, here we go. Heat 3. We got Owen Lloyd in here, Adrian Wellmeyer, Ethan Nozick, Kai Ducey, Reese Haval, Basil Parkins, Ben Whitmore, Rowan Warrior, James Dowdy, Lars Eid, Alejandro Abnal, Diego Flores, Josef Picasso, Nathan Good. And out and around the bend, out front we've got Kai Ducey, representing the University of Calgary, coming down here to the Electric Forest, to sea level, to do battle with these boys. And looking for a sub-4 1500. We got Ducey in the lead, coming to 400 meters in about 63 seconds. Reese Haval of the Oregon Distance Project up there. Owen Lloyd as well. But Ducey with the hair flowing behind him. Reminiscent of when Craig Angles took that victory in 2019. 1500, just waving the mullet in everybody's face. Closing down in about 26 seconds for that final 200 back then. 3:35. We'll see him later in the hot window 800 meters. Ducey at the front, 2 laps to go. A 64 on that lap. Ducey still at the front. 2:06 through 800 meters. Owen Lloyd and Reese Haval behind him. The Canadian athlete. Canadians have had a lot of success here in the Electric Forest. And around the bend here, Ducey continues to push. Getting to 1,000 nicely and onto the home straightaway. Kai Ducey. He's got 1 lap to go now, 2:53 on the clock. Reese Haval giving chase. Ducey down the back stretch. His lead is only growing now, as that was a 62 penultimate lap for him. Inside 200 meters to go. Around the bend he goes, around the pit. And now Ducey with a great race comes into the home straightaway, and he's powering down the home stretch. This is going to be an awesome race for Kai Ducey here. Ducey will get to the tape in 3:54 unofficially with a 60-second close. And if our stats are correct here, he came into the day with a 4:01.9 personal best, and he'll leave with a 3:54 win in the Electric Forest. Reese Haval comes in second, 3:59.5 on the clock, and Owen Lloyd also dips under 4 minutes, 3:59.6. And Heat 4 off and running now for the men's open 1,500 meters. On the track, the wave light set for 3:51. Kai Ducey with 3:54 for that win in the previous section. And we've got Connor Griffin in this, Jackson Kuntz, Greer Shore, Mitchell Reese Jones from Club Northwest up in Seattle, Lance Mason, Ethan Meyer, Holden Spencer, Colin McCormick, and Murdoch McIntyre. And that's Ethan Meyer up front from the University of Calgary. We saw Ethan Meyer yesterday taking the win in the open men's 800 meters in 150.2, doubling back here and opening up in a 61-second first lap. So Meyer wanting to complete the double here. He had the fastest time of the day yesterday, 150.25, the open sections of the 800 meters. Looking to do the same here. He'll have to beat Kai Ducey's 354, but he's off to a good start so far, gapping this field. The lights set at 351 pace. And Ethan Meyer coming up with a great lead on the field. That was a 60.8 lap for him. And then Tyon McLeish with a 62 on that lap, giving chase, leading that second pack. Connor Griffin of the Timberline Athletic Club behind him. Timberline local club here in Portland, holding it down for the hometown. Speaking of Holden, we got Holden Spencer in fourth position as well. Around the bend for Ethan Meyer. And rolling in this final heat of the open men's 1,500 meters. He gets to 1,000 meters in about 2:33. And behind him, we got Lance Mason, too, making a move, but Ethan Meyer with a big lead. And that was a 61.3 for Meyer. Now Holden Spencer in second position. And Ethan Meyer crushing this race right now. Holden Spencer in second. Can Ethan Meyer hold on to this in the final 200 meters? Meyer pressing. He's had the lead this entire race. Made his intentions known early. Made his intentions known last night on the couch when he told Dave Ribich that he was coming back for this 1,500-meter open win to take home 2 log rounds here in the Electric Forest. Ethan Meyer driving to the tape, and he'll get there in about 3:50.44 unofficially, with a 62-second close for Ethan Meyer. And that is a 3-second personal best for Ethan Meyer, coming into the day with a 3:53. And we could see him pouring it out here after his 150.25 from last night. He went 150 last night, and he came here today and did 350 today. So he's got a 150, 350 weekend. Both PRs coming out of his trip to Portland. You take that back to Calgary with him. Maybe after a little breather on the ground. Dylan Urich coming in for second, 3:53. Moises Martinez Cruz in 3:55. And now we're kicking off the first heat of the women's open 1,500 meters. No time wasted here in the Electric Forest. And the pace for this race set at 4:25. We got Valor Track Club in this race, Peninsula Distance Club, University of Victoria, the hometown Rose City Track Club. Lucy Brookham in this field. She's sitting in that second position right now. She took a win in the 800 meters last night as well. And Alondro Santos Leon in front, leading this pack of women. Lucy Brookham in second. And Gabriella Barton of the Vancouver Thunderbirds in third. Coming down from Canada, Benite Baines in fourth, Emily Foote in fifth, Monica Arcadi from the University of Victoria. So a good amount of Canadians in this meet. Yes, this is Alondra Santos Leon up front. Santos Leon leading this pack still, as we have Barton on her outside, the Thunderbirds, and then Brookham on the inside, representing the hometown. And Benite Baines in the white singlet on the outside now, as Barton makes a move to the front. Barton, Benite Baines, and now Lucy Brookham into that third position. And coming up to 800 meters here in 2:29. Barton and Benite Baines trying to make separation now as Brookham tries to stay in touch. And Sage Brooks on the outside making a move in the green top. Barton on the point, and Benite Baines. And then Monica Arcadi in the blue singlet. And now Benite Baines goes to the front. Down the straightaway for the second to last time. Benite Baines gets to the bell first. And there's a pack rolling with her, as this is going to be a cracking final 400 meters here. Benite Baines still in the lead. Monica Arcadi, Gabriella Barton, Sage Brooks, and Emily Foote. They're all fighting for this. Baines still pushing at the front. Behind her, Arcadi on the outside and Barton on the inside. Barton now getting into that second position again, as Baines looks to round the curve. And here they come around the turn. Barton gets to the front once again, as Sage Brooks moves up onto her outside. It's Barton and Brooks down the home stretch. Gabriella Barton fighting for this, as Sage Brooks is in second, and here comes Barton to the tape. Barton will take this thing in about 4:35:45. So Barton, Brooks in second, 4:35, and Emily Foote, 4:36. Arcadi in fourth, 4:39. And Benite Baines holds on for sixth, and she'll run 4:40 for that 1500. And the Thunderbirds talking it over after their race here. Gabriella Barton there, taking the victory. And Maddie Rawlick, her teammate, 4:47 for her. Next up on the track, we have the men's open 400 meters. And we'll have 2 sections of that race, followed by the women's open 400 meters. As we get a good look trackside here, as we move ever closer to the high performance sections beginning at 4:57 here. High performance sections will be followed by the opening ceremonies, the Portland versus Seattle versus San Francisco 3K. We got our final runner here coming in for the open women's 1500. Finishing out the race here before we start the open men's 400 meters. Barton with the top time of the day in the open women's 1500 meters, 4:35. Keep Portland running. That's right. That's what we do here. We raise the city through running, and we raise running in the city. And we'll see what running's all about in the city when we get to the high performance sections too. We get to the hot window. But the meet is getting going here. We're in the meat of it as we look towards the open 400 meters.
Let's clear the track. If you're on the track doing strides, we're going to have a lane race here. Next on the track is going to be 400, so we're going to need all these lanes.
And we're prepping the track for these 400 meters right now. We have Liam Ross in this from the Legion of Zoom. Hayden Fish, Kevin Villasenor, and Billy Shepard, lanes 2 through 5. And runners being called to the line now in their blocks. From the inside out, we have Ross, Fish, Villasenor, and Shepard. But it looks like 2 runners on the track with 2 scratches. So we have Villasenor and Shepard. Villasenor on the inside, Shepard on the outside. As they round the bend here, and it's a tight race. Villasenor moving nicely here, but can Shepard get to the front? Looking strong. And now Shepard asserts himself down the straightaway as they hear the roar from the crowd. Shepard moving to the lead. And this is Billy Shepard getting to the line in about 53 seconds. 53.89 for Billy Shepard and 55.21 for Kevin Villasenor. First times on the board here for the 400 meters open event. And we'll move to heat 2 of the 400 meters. One more heat of this men's 400 meters, and then we'll move to the women's 400 meters. But in this next heat, it looks like the wave light is set for 46 seconds. So we'll see Jordan Gloden in this, Gabriel Morrow from University of Portland, Isaac Compiori, Fawad Omer, both those guys from Ultimate Speed Athletics, Connor Belkin, Joey Elston, and Omar Diani. And it's a festival that happens but once a year. In mid-June here, the Portland Track Festival comes around once again for the 18th edition. Last night we saw some great 10,000 meter races. Chris Gibbons won on the men's side with a kick over James Moara in 27:55. And Wu Ga He, 31:53 on the women's side. Kick off our championship races here at PTF. And we'll get to the hot window later this evening to see more of those. But right now, we're about to start this heat 2 of the men's open 400 meters. From the inside out, we have Gloden, Morrow, Omer, and Connor Belkin.
In lane 1, Jordan Gloden. In lane 2, representing Portland, Gabriel Morrow. In lane 3, Ultimate Speed Athletics, Isaac
And
Compiori.
Omer
In lane 4, Fawad Omer.
nicely out
Connor Belkin. Lane 6,
with a lead, and you can see Belkin on the outside, but this is Omer making up the stagger.
here in section 1. That's on the
And Omer coming into this race with a personal best of 46.8, and he's run that this year. So on to the final straightaway. Fawad Omer down the stretch. And Omer out front making it to the line. Omer takes the lead, or takes the win in 47.19. Connor Belkin 47.4 holding on as Omer tied up a bit down the home stretch, but still got to the line first. Morrow in third, 51.06, and then Jordan Gloden, 52.89. And that'll do it for the open men's 400 meters this year. 47.19 takes the victory. Fawad Omer. And now we'll turn our attention to the women's 400 meters with 2 athletes on the track. Maya Wertheim, OTC elevation in lane 4, and Brianna Clark, U.S. Paralympic athlete. Brianna Clark, a double gold medalist, U.S. Paralympic athlete. And she'll be the lone racer in this field right now. Brianna Clark out there running solo. Double gold medalist. And a U.S. Paralympic athlete with a personal best of 56.10 out here running the open women's 400 meters. And around the bend, she passes Jerry's Trackside Tavern onto the home straightaway. The lights set for 55 seconds. And Brianna Clark powering down the straightaway. Clark gets to the line in 57:38 for Brianna Clark. And she's your victor here, sole competitor in the women's open 400 meters. The U.S. Paralympic athlete. Testing out the legs here in the electric forest. And coming away with a log round. And the fans giving a round of applause for Brianna Clark below us. As we have now completed the open sections of the day, and we are moving towards the high performance sections, starting with the 800 meters. And the men are up first. So we've closed out the open sections for the Portland Track Festival this year. Some great racing there. And now we turn our attention to the high performance sections, beginning with the 800 meters. And these races will get progressively faster throughout the evening from here on out. So we'll move from fastest to faster to fastest. And the electricity will get ratcheted up throughout the evening here. This first heat of the open men's 800 meters. Set for 151 on the wave light. As we see the racers round the bend. There they are. Down the back straightaway. Max Holmes in this, Danny Knapp, Benjamin Aris. And quickly, 27 seconds through the opening 200. And up front, that's Benjamin Aris. And he's got a 152 best. Looking for that 151 out here today. More importantly, trying to get the win here in the electric forest as he leads a tight pack of athletes through the first lap, and he'll get there in 55. Benjamin Aris, 55.6, followed by Danny Knapp. Sam Ulrich. And some moves being made down the back straightaway as we get to 600 meters here in about 123. And up front, that's Danny Knapp taking over the lead here. On to the home straightaway. Danny Knapp leads. Knapp and Bernardo Sato giving chase in second, but this is Danny Knapp coming up to the line, 152 for the win. So the opening section of the high performance 800 meters taken in 152.45. Bernardo Sato, 152.93. And Tavian Biancuzo, 153.58 for third place. And now we will quickly move to the next section of the 800 meters here, as the high performance sections are pretty fast here at the Portland Track Festival. And we're going to welcome our friend Will Lear into the booth for the rest of these. We're back in action. And this is where it starts to get really fun, because these races are going to get faster and faster and faster throughout the day.
Last night we had the pleasure of many 5,000 meter heats and a couple of 10s, even a steeplechase thrown in there. These two lappers, tough to call. Too much excitement.
Yeah, it's exciting out here on the track as we've got plenty of great runners. Mark Molina in this next heat, Christian Parr, Max Lindgren, Nathan Plant, DJ Matuz, Cameron Walter, and they're off and running. And around the bend they go. The wave light for this race is set for 149, so looking for that sub 150. It would be the first one of Portland Track Festival this year, as the open sections were won in 150.2 last night. But about 26 seconds on the opening 200.
Not wasting any time to get in front of these lights.
Max Lindgren at the front, followed closely by Cameron Walter.
Aggressive running in the early stages here from Lindgren. Rocking that mustache and mullet. Looking for a little bit of extra superpower from that facial hair choice.
53 seconds through the opening quarter. And well within striking distance of that 149. Cameron Walter looks like he wants to move around Lindgren. But Lindgren not giving up that pole position.
One of the joys of being in the front of the race is you get to protect your space. And here goes Cameron Walter around the outside with the entire field giving chase, coming up to 200 meters to go.
Walter in the front, but maybe not for long, as it looks like Nathan Plant trying to make a move around the outside, but it's dangerous to do so because Walter's protecting that inside part of the lane. And Walter still at the front. We'll see if Plant can summon the strength to get after him again.
Lindgren with a late charge. We thought he was completely out of this, but it's Walter coming up to the finish line with Lindgren giving chase.
Walter takes the win here in the second heat, 151.37, faster than the first. So 152.45 won the first heat, and Cameron Walter takes this second heat, 151.37. Lindgren up for second, 151.40 or 75, and Plant with a personal best out of that, 152.19.
And if you're wondering what happened, if you're a fan of DJ Matuz, took a unfortunate spill with 200 meters to go, hit the track pretty hard, but hats off to that athlete for finishing the race. Grit, tenacity, that's what this is all about.
And now we're moving on to heat 3 of the high performance men's 800 meters. Familiar face in here, Will Heslem, former high school athlete from Portland, and he'll be in lane 1. We've got Alex Jensen, Taha Ushin, James Howell, Gabriel McConville, and Ali Benzem, Osaz Demund, Garrison Schindler, and Kane Evans. So it looks like Ali Benzem has scratched this race, but some PRs in here in 148, 149, 150. And if you come to the Electric Forest, you're looking to run fast. So 148 is what the wave light will be set for this heat.
Sort of throws down the proverbial gauntlet. Who's going to be the first one to break the 150 barrier today? Will it be in this heat? Only 2 laps will tell.
150.25, still the fastest time, coming from the open sections yesterday. And out around the top bend, down the back straightaway. We've got a red t-shirt out there. Is that a pacer?
You gotta assume that guy's a pacer. Maybe there's a target painted firmly on his back, but he is in the front of this race.
We get to 200 meters in 25 seconds. It could be a pacer out there. He doesn't have a bib, but through 25, setting him up nicely in front of the wave lights. And now he moves out to the outside, and we see the race develop.
Taha Ushin in the front, leading this entire train of athletes who are looking for personal best, season's best, fast times here in the Electric Forest.
51.99 through the quarter, and this is setting up to be a very fast race here. As Osaz Demond is in second, and McConville in third.
You never want to say the first 400 meters of an 800 is easy, but these men look very up to the task to attack that sub 150 barrier. Oshin still out front, coming through 600 meters just under 120. That puts you very much in striking distance, but there are 6 men in contention in this race. You cannot count anybody out.
This thing is far from over yet, and it is Gabriel McConville that is now bringing the fight to Taha Ushin, and McConville goes to the front down the straightaway. And he's well ahead of the lights at 148 pace, and this is McConville looking strong, coming to the line at 147. And we were wondering if we would see a sub 151.
Boom.
147.55.
Boom.
For Gabriel McConville.
That's how you do it, folks.
That's how you put one on the board here.
High water mark now, 147.55. We don't need to talk about yesterday's results anymore.
Kane Evans coming in second, 148.44. And it looks like PR's down the list.
Let's give these athletes their flowers. Gabe McConville, 147.55, personal best. Kane Evans, 148.44, personal best. Taha Ushin, 148.70, season's best. Osaz Demond, 149.17, personal best. Garrison Schindler, 149.35, personal best. James Howell, 150.18, personal best. That's what we love to see. That's why we're out here.
And we saw them jump on it early there, too, through the quarter, as there was some nice pacing by Redshirt. And through the quarter, 51.99 set up nicely for a 147.55 from McConville. And we've got another heat on the track here. The high performance 800 meters. Noah Nelson from Timberline Athletic Club representing the hometown. Ben Green, David Cardenas, Jeremy Kane, Jason Gomez, Cooper Goggins, and Braxton Brewer, all the way out here from the Minnesota Distance Elite. He'll be in lane 8.
It's too humid to run 800 in Minnesota in the summer. It's just too humid.
And here we go, off and running. High performance section. And the wave light for this race set for 147, so we'll see if they can beat McConville's 147.55. So we will have heats 5 through 2 right now as they get to 200 meters in 25 seconds, and then we'll have heat 1 of the high performance section later on, following the Portland versus Seattle versus San Francisco 3K, and then the hot window 800. So we've got plenty of fast 800s here.
This is Cooper Goggins out front, doing the early pacing duties in this race.
There's some hooting and hollering in the stands for Goggins right now.
Stunner shades on, blocking out the haters, but listening for his fans.
52 through the quarter, so not quite as fast as the first heat.
You might almost say it's a more reasonable pacing job by Goggins up front. We'll see if they can close this second lap a little bit more expediently than the race previous. But Goggins still up front with all the pursuants content to let him lead this race.
Goggins, Kane behind him, and then Brewer. And Kane looking to make a move now, going around Cooper Goggins as they get to 600 meters in 120. But Goggins
protects his space, fights him off. That move was thwarted, but here comes another charge. This looking like it's from Braxton Brewer coming out of the state of Minnesota. Does he have enough in the legs to take down Cooper Goggins?
And here comes Brewer around Goggins. Brewer now to the front. The Minnesota Distance Elite athlete looking to take this win. And he will get to the finish line leaning 148. 148.45 and a season's best for Braxton Brewer. Goggins 149.08 and Jeremy Kane holding on for a sub 150, 149.64. Results on the screen.
Where in the world was Redshirt in that heat?
Maybe he's coming back in this next.
I do see Redshirt back on the track having some words with one of the officials down there saying, hey, let me get out there. Let me do that again. That was fun.
Put me in, coach.
I'm ready. Give me the ball. To his credit, Redshirt had a drink in his hand before that previous 800 finished, so making sure he's getting his hydration levels back up.
We need him out there. Maybe he stopped over at Jerry's Trackside Tavern. If he pulls another pacing job like that, he'll be a hero. Never buy drinks again in this city.
Definitely not at this track.
And this heat of the high-performance 800 meters is a stacked one, as this is the second to fastest heat. We will see the high-performance heat 1 at 6:54 this evening, and then the hot window 800 meters later at 8:05. But Mark Milner, the Portland pilot in this heat, Colin Dilla, Emmanuel Galdino, and Trevor Rishwine from all the way out here from New Jersey.
Division III standout. Recently ran 146 this summer.
Garrett O'Toole in here. Owen Powell in this race. Last year we saw him run 3:36 in the 1500 as a high schooler. Ducking back into the 800 here.
Owen Powell listed here as a freshman, 9th grade. I think that's wrong.
They're a freshman in college.
13th grade.
Yeah. Patrick Forrest in here, also from Garden State Track Club. Alex Leith and Mehdi Yanuri. Powell here, when he was a sophomore in high school, we got an email saying, hey, Owen Powell's run 155 in the 800. I think he can run 153. Can you get him into an 800 heat here? And we said, yeah, I think we can do that. As a sophomore, he ended up running 149.
Not that bad.
And we'll see what he could do now. He ran 146 as a senior in high school, and 336, of course. So.
And not to layer on any expectations. To the opposite. Just excited to see what the young man can do. He's got the pedigree. He's got the parents. He's got the training in the legs.
And earlier this weekend, he had a fall in the 1,500 meters of the U20 race. So looking to get some revenge on the track here.
Few things more dangerous than a hungry athlete.
And off and running in this heat of the men's 800 meters. This is set for 146.
And we got Redshirt back, baby. Redshirt is back on the track, but can he get to the front of this race? This field a little bit more stacked than the previous that he paced, trying to give these men the same effort that he provided just 2 heats ago.
He's got to get out. Get out, Redshirt. Go. Okay.
Yanuri firmly on the shoulder of Redshirt. Redshirt doing his best.
He's getting into the steeple pit there. Good job, Redshirt.
Cool off.
Nice work.
Cool off, Redshirt. Yanuri up front.
Yanuri looking smooth up front also. He wanted to go fast, and that's exactly what he's doing as he's in front of these lights. Yanuri, followed by Alex Leith in that Virginia singlet. Yanuri through in 51.68. And Yanuri, a very smooth-looking athlete out there at the front. And look at Owen Powell coming into that second position here.
Yanuri looking full of run, still at the front of those pace lights, popping off the track. That lactic not creeping up on him just yet. Owen Powell trying to close the gap, leading the entire pack towards Yanuri's back, but Yanuri still in the front by 3 meters. And here on the inside goes Trevor Rishwine.
The Garden State man. Yanuri coming in 118, but Rishwine looking strong in that second position. And Rishwine now going wide, but Yanuri still holding the front.
Rishwine opens the door, and here comes Iowa State Cyclone.
Manuel Galdino up to the front, and Galdino will come away with the win here in 146, 147.13 unofficially. So the fastest time of the day so far. Patrick Forrest was that Garden State track athlete. Rishwine's teammate coming in for second. And Colin Dilla, 147.8. Yanuri holds on, 148 flat. Yanuri looked great through 600.
Looked fantastic. Obviously, he's going to have some notes to take away from that race. trying to tighten up that last 200 meters when the pressure is really on. I thought it was an impressive effort there by Richwine, although we're not seeing him in the results here. I'm saying that was Patrick Forrest who finished in second. Maybe Richwine did not start. Excuse me. Sorry, Patrick Forrest. We did not give you the appropriate recognition. Forrest finishing in second, 147.64 for his season's best.
We may see Richwine later today. We still have one heat of the 800 meters to go for the high performance sections, and then the hot window. But here you can see Galdino storming to the front and taking that victory. Galdino looking very strong down the stretch, closing that out in a 54-second final 400.
Strategically, coach would probably say that there were a few errors made on behalf of Mr. Forrest by leaving that middle of between lane 1 and 2 so wide open. But you know what? We're out here to run as fast as we can today, so a bit of a gentleman's move to move out, give everyone their space.
You'll love to see it. Some sportsmanship on the track.
Don't hate to see it, that's for sure.
And we're going to make our way to the next heat, which is the women's high performance 800 meters.
Starting off with this first heat in the women's 800 high performance section with an international field. Azra Gersek in lane 1, Sophie Schoolmeister in lane 2, Jennifer Martinez representing Mexico in 3, Naomi Caesar, Ben Caesar's daughter, fantastic athlete, in lane 4, Caitlin Arciaga, lane 5, Samantha McDonald in lane 6, Kara Mickelson in 7, Iorena Enamorado in 8, and Veronica D in lane 9.
And we've got one heat of this 800 meters before we get to the 1500s, the high performance sections. So we're looking for a 2:03 in the wave light. And slated for a first lap at 60 seconds. Women are on the line.
I love Naomi Caesar's last Instagram post just says, "I run for fun." You love to see that with young athletes still out here for the love of the game. Just enjoying the process, trying to find out where their limits truly reach. Maybe the sky's the limit for young Naomi Caesar.
And they break here and head towards that 200-meter mark. Looking for 60 seconds through this opening quarter. And we see Jennifer Martinez get to the front early as she reaches 200 meters in sub 30 seconds. So Martinez and then Caitlin Arciaga in second position. And followed by the Oregon Duck, Samantha McDowell. Martinez moving nicely in this opening 400 meters. As we can also see, Naomi Caesar in there. And up to first lap, 60 seconds for the opening quarter for Martinez, 61:26. And McDowell from Oregon sitting in that third position, but Martinez trying to extend her lead here down the back straightaway.
Really trying to pour it on. Naomi Caesar around the outside of these athletes in third, about to move into second place wearing the uniform of the Philippines. Martinez now still in the front at 600 meters into this race, 200 meters to go. The pack beginning to close that gap.
Caesar now looking to go around as Veronica D sits in that third position, and she's looking to move now, coming unboxed. As it's Caesar at the front, and then D on the outside, moving down the straightaway, and it's Caesar and D. Who's going to take it? Caesar looking to push into the outside lanes. But now it is D getting to the line in first, and she'll take this thing in 2:06. Well, that's Caitlin Arciaga.
Caitlin Arciaga very narrowly missing her personal best at 2:06.10. Caesar finishing 2:06.2, taking over 3 seconds off her personal best to finish second there. You know, I was just mentioning that her Instagram post said, "I run for fun." I wonder how fun the last 20 meters of that race was when you are running in sand, just trying to get to the finish line. But gosh, great inspired runs by these young ladies on the track today.
She was fighting for that victory and nearly had it, but Arciaga comes up and takes it.
And Jeff, we got to say this time and again, competition breeds performance. Love to see the competition out there.
What we love to see is athletes step on it early here in these heats of the high-performance sections, because something magical can happen out here. It's perfect conditions in this facility. We've got mid-70s here and super protected in the grove here in the electric forest. So a lot can happen if you put yourself out there.
50% of that field ran personal bests. Just saying. Why not me? Why not today?
And why not today, as we see Mikey Brannigan on the screen striding out before this high-performance men's 1,500-meter section.
We talked about Mikey last night going up to the 5,000 meters and being the inspiration for Caitlin Bounds to return to the track, breaking her previous world record last night in the T20 Paralympic 5,000. Absolute fireworks on the track. If you missed it last night, go watch the stream again.
Yeah,
it's just good track and field.
Check it out. We've been here all weekend.
Preferably put it on mute. You don't need to listen to us. Put a good soundtrack in the back, but go watch the track.
Maybe we need to get the DJ set in-house here out there. So
We'll put it on Spotify.
You can set it to the broadcast.
Just set it and forget it. Mikey, much more comfortable over the 1,500 meters. One of my favorite athletes on planet Earth is Brannigan. Hit 14 there on the inside of the track wearing the New York Athletic Club jersey. Mikey, multiple-time world and Olympic gold medalist.
And then we'll have 3 heats of this initial men's 1,500-meter section.
We've got black shirt on the track. We had red shirt out there pacing these 800-meter races. It appears that we have black shirt and a hat out there going to pace this high-performance 1,500.
Meet director Tate Shenbein giving the athletes their instructions on the line.
Wearing maybe the coolest meet director shirt I've ever seen.
We're a blue-collar crew here.
It is actually a blue collar on that shirt.
So this heat for the 1,500 meters, slated to go through at 3:46. And we'll get progressively faster from there.
Brannigan, a sub 4-minute miler in his right. Anders Hagen on the outside wearing hip 1 from Cherry City. Edwin Sayuda in 2. Jonathan Terretz in 3. Amin Allah Tesayui in 4. Joniel Nunez in 5. Tom Oates, Maximilian Filion, Peter James, Austin Apperson, Kai Martland, Coda Van Dalen, Nathan Degland, and Mikey Brannigan. And we've got black shirt with the hat, easily identifiable as your pacer today.
And we're looking for 3:46 here, as you can see on the screen with the green dot.
Just over 60 seconds per lap. We'll see how far this very kind gentleman pacing will take this field.
Jonathan Terretz in that first racing position behind the white hat. So look for him out there. Joniel Nunez in the blue, and then on the outside, Tasawi, the red. So jockeying for position now, athletes looking to get into place. As we come through in 45 seconds through that first 300, that's Maximilian Filion. We saw him last night race in the Steeplechase, so he's back in action today.
Just can't get enough. Love to see it. Athletes coming back night after night.
in about 60 seconds through the opening quarter.
It's exactly what you want to see. A little bit quick on that pace up front, but that's very good early on in this race as these athletes relax into this 15-second per 100 clip. Maximilian Filion doing a fantastic job leading this pace behind the pacer. Aggressive running from Filion. The field strung out as we see there. Single file down the home stretch.
Filion, no stranger to Portland, too, coming down from his home country of Canada. Here, looking to make some fireworks here with 2 laps to go in the 1500 as he's followed by Jonathan Terretz, Joniel Nunez, and then Amen Allah Tisawi in that red singlet. So we got the pacer stepping off at 800 meters, reached in right about 2 flat, and Filion will take the front, followed by Terretz now as the 4 gentlemen make their way down the back stretch, packed up together, and we see in that leading that second pack, Coda Van Dalen desperately trying to keep up, but Filion now getting some separation as he's trying to hold on to the lights at 346 pace. Terretz in second place still, but going around him.
Here goes Tisawi. Tisawi, 2024 World Para-Athletics Championship gold medalist in the 1500 meters. So some international caliber athletes in this field. Maximilian Filion still 400 meters to go with about 10 meters on this field.
And Filion gets to the bell at 2:46. 2:46.9 on the clock. So Filion out front, pushing this pace. And he's followed by Nunez now. Nunez wearing a Puerto Rican singlet.
Filion's personal best here is 3:48, so he might still be in striking distance of a personal best as 4 men begin to close that gap very quickly as they launch into their closing kicks. This is Joniel Nunez wearing the blue kit, coming up on the shoulder of Maximilian Filion, who's led this race behind the pacer almost from the gun.
And Terretz making a move again. Apperson in that 3rd position. Terretz coming around the outside. Can he get to Nunez before the tape? It's still Nunez at the front, looking around and able to hold it together as he gets to the line in 3:48, taking the victory for the first section of the high performance 1500.
Did we mention that's a personal best?
He ducks under his own about 1.5 seconds, and Austin Apperson comes in 3:49, also about 1.5 seconds personal best. Filion, season best.
Running on tired legs.
That's right, steeplechase last night for Filion.
Jonathan Terretz in 4th, also under 350 with a personal best. Tisawi also running a personal best, 3:49.89. That was a fantastic race.
It's a great job by all those guys out there on the track. Good job, guys. Good job.
Good job, guys. Well done. Well done.
And here's the replay as it was a feisty final stretch with Nunez getting to the front and still looking smooth. You could tell he was starting to hurt here down the stretch, but able to keep it together, swing the arms, and looking around as Terretz not able to make it up to him, but still PBs all around.
Look, when you have a group of athletes that are being pushed to the limits of their abilities, you show me someone who's not hurting at the end of a 1500.
Well, we got the next heat up on the line here, ready to take action. And this heat looking to go 3:42 pace. That's what the wave light's set for. Will Saloni in here. We got Tristan Amel from OTC Elevation, and he has a 3:43 best.
Is that like in high altitude OTC?
Yeah, could be. Yeah, they're up there. Giuliano Scasso.
At the top of Spencer's Butte.
It's a tough climb. Beautiful views, though.
Beautiful.
Giuliano Scasso, University of Portland pilot, 3:44 best in the field. And here we go. We're off and running. Jack Forer, an Australian athlete in here. Kai Mitchell-Reese, he's got a best of 3:44 as well. Jonathan Harley, 3:46 best. And Club Northwest, Joseph Skoog, 3:46 here. So like we said, the wave light set for 3:42. We do have a pacer in this section. First racer here, Isaac Briggs of the Butter Boys Track Club. Looking smooth. You got to be smooth if you're a Butter Boy.
How can you not be?
Like a slab of butter sliding around a hot pan.
Tristan Amell, the tall figure, running in third right now, second of the finishers, also seeming up for the task. You got to like to see these guys in single file right now. You know that means the pace is on. Our pacemaker right now doing a fantastic job.
And pacemaker gets to the lap in just under 60 seconds. As we apologize with trouble with the clock on the screen, but we'll keep you updated with the splits. As it's still the Butter Boys up there.
The athletes are defying the space-time continuum right now, running through space-time and making it stand still. Briggs up front still. Amell on his heels. Jack Forer right behind him. Those three have remained unchanged in their positioning throughout the last 400 meters of this race. We're starting to see a little bit of space there between Briggs and Amell.
And 1:43 there. 58.9 for that lap for Isaac Briggs.
The pace is still on. 59 flat roughly is 3:42 pace. If 60 flat is 3:45, those two athletes still up front, beginning to widen their gap between themselves and the rest of the field.
And right about 1:58 there for 800 meters for Briggs and Tristan Amell for OTC elevation. Briggs and Amell have separated themselves from the group. And Amell looking to try and stay in touch, but Briggs looking focused here out front.
I do see Coach Andy Powell there on the backstretch. It appears as though Briggs of the Butter Boys Track Club, a Washington Husky there, got those purple shorts on, driving this pace. Ladies and gentlemen, we are looking at sub 4 minute mile clip here.
2:42 on the clock, 2:43 with a lap to go. And that was 60 seconds for that lap.
Briggs and Amell, that sounds like a brand name to me, but Amell going around the outside, trying to make a pass on Briggs on the backstretch. Can Briggs respond, or does he decide to slot himself into the slipstream? Amell goes around. Briggs has nothing left to battle him with.
And that was 2:58 at 1,200 meters. So Amell now inside 200 meters to go. And it's all him looking up, trying to get to the finish line as fast as possible here. Can Briggs do anything to get back up to him? Amell looks too strong at this point as he enters the home straightaway.
Unhitch the trailer, young man. Go to the arms. 50 meters remaining in this heat of the high-performance 1,500 meters. This is Tristan Amell going to take the win in 3:42.
3:42 right on the nose. 3:42.7 and a second PR for Tristan Amell, as Isaac Briggs is rewarded with a PR too, 3:44.97. Smooth as butter out there. And look at this. Replay of Amell straining but able to hold it together, keep his form, and just driving the arms as much as he can down the home straightaway. And it looked like he kept his pace up as well as he got to the line in 3:42.7. And a win here in the Electric Forest, closing in 59.0.
Impressive run here, early days in the 2026 Portland Track Festival. Again, the gauntlet has been laid down. The next heat of this 1,500 meters knows that if they want to live atop the leaderboard, they need to run faster than 3:42.7.
And that's what they'll try to do, as the wave light for this section set at 3:38.
Black shirt back on the track for some more pacing duties.
So later this evening, we'll have one more heat of the high performance section before we get to the hot window. But we'll see what these guys can do. Henry Mong in this from Timberline Athletic Club, running for the hometown. Caleb Easton, a 3:41 athlete in here. Eric Gibson for Saucony, 3:39 athlete. Wes Shipsey Central Catholic grad in this as well, 340 for the 1500. And Joel Gomez, a U.S. Paralympic athlete in here with a 344 best. So look for him. Caden Kluth from American University, the 339 athlete, and he's the athlete in that red singlet behind the pacer.
Speed suit.
Those are hot these days. 57 seconds on the opening quarter there. As you can see, they're ahead of pace. So there's nobody who is letting this pace go at this point, too. They're actually bunching up at 57-second pace.
The pacer still ahead of the prescribed pace lights with Kluth hot on his heels and everybody else in this field looking like they want to occupy the exact same space at the exact same time. Kluth starting to let this pace go ever so slightly. The pacer steps off 600 meters into this heat of the 1,500 meters. Who's going to take the pace now? Who's going to make this thing hard from a long ways out?
And it's Caleb Easton who's made a move to the front. Caleb Easton over Kluth. So he moved from way back to get to the lead. And that was a 59 lap there for Easton, and then Kluth, and then Samuel Idians. Sufyan Laziz in this race as well. But it looks like Easton taking a look back over his shoulder as the pack bunches once again, and we get some shuffling here.
Little odgy-bodgy down the backstretch here with everybody still in this. There's about 12 guys. You can throw a blanket over this field.
You can see the pace slow a little bit with the bunching there. So now we have the NAU Lumberjack up to the front, coming down from altitude.
Cale Grotenhuis not going to turn this thing into a 200-meter kick, trying to drive this pace from a long way out. He didn't come here to run slowly, but he can see those pace lights starting to inch away. Who's going to make the move when they hear the bell?
2:42 on the clock, 2:41.94. Eric Gibson, the Saucony athlete, at the front. And fighting towards 1,200 meters at 2:56 on the clock. It's still Gibson at the front, but he's being challenged on the outside.
Now looks like Sufyan Laziz.
Laziz now gets the front as Grotenhuis tries to get back to, but he can't get up there yet. Gibson's
watch
still
out
there.
for the little figure, Caden Kluth. A sub 340 season's best and personal best to his name, going very far around the outside into lane 3, kicking hard for home in the sunglasses. Kluth, the diminutive figure from American University, rocking that speed suit, bringing all the power and fitness from Jakob Ingebrigtsen, who's not on the track this year. But this is Kluth coming across the finish line, 3:39.
In the victory red, 3:38.25 for Caden Kluth. And we'll see 2 more 1,500-meter races this year, or this evening, and this year at the Portland Track Festival. But Grotenhuis up for second. He's a 10K runner. But look at this. Look at this power down the home straightaway. Don't know what happened to him in the middle part of the race.
Fell asleep maybe, needed a nap.
But it did him well as he was able to close like that with a huge gap on the field.
55-0 on the last 400 meters for Caden Kluth. Maybe just trying to test himself a little bit against this field. Get out early, set that pace early with the pacemaker. And my goodness, did he close like an absolute freight train the last 100 meters. Shot out of a cannon.
He went 60, 60, and then 55 for his final 3 laps there. But here we've got a heat of the women's high performance 1,500.
Got to think that Coach Sean Graham over there at American's going to have some words for him. Stay in contact earlier and use that kick at the end. Maybe some of that extra energy to drive the pace in those early stages of the race, but you can never be upset about a win.
3:38.
And that was a dominant win at that.
That's what they wanted. That's what they got. And he got a win in the Electric Forest here. And guess what? That likely means that he will move up sections next year. When you take a win here,
Why don't you come back in 2027?
you get rewarded.
Bump you up a heat.
We'll hit his punch card. He'll be back. But this field for the high-performance women's 1,500 meters, paced by Woo Ga-ha. The pace is prescribed 4:20. And Ha coming back from her victory in the 10,000 meters last night, 31:53 to pace this race.
Dominant victory last night.
Alex Matora in the field, Charlotte Cullen. Sophie Schoolmeister in here, high school athlete, and 4-time state champion in the 800 meters. Caitlin Cotterell, the Vancouver Thunderbirds, coming down from Canada to race here.
Can you tell me where in your brain you catalog all of this information? Is it the front or the back?
I don't know. It just
somewhere
comes
in the
out.
folds. It's somewhere in the folds.
And who knows, some of it's actually right sometimes, too.
Roll the dice.
Ha pacing this race and doing a huge favor for these athletes here. We saw what kind of pace she can hold in that 10,000 meters where she was just clicking off 75s like clockwork. So they would do right to sit right on their heels. 68 seconds through the quarter for Woo Ga-ha. And Alex Matora, the first athlete in this race, sitting right behind Ha.
Caitlin Cotterell there on the outside hip of the finishers, although I wouldn't be surprised if we saw an athlete like her finish this entire race or take these athletes very nearly a full 1,500 meters. She's still at the front edge of these pace lights.
She may step off at 14:90. We don't know. Ha and Matora and Cotterell, and you can see Sophie Schoolmeister there wearing bib 3. And on the outside, in 7, we have Annie Lahardy coming up. But Matora still your first racer in the field. And the field being strung out now as Ha is staying on the blue lights, set at 4:20 pace. And Matora gets through in 2:19 as Ha steps off. So it's Matora and Cotterell and Lahardy.
Charlotte Cullen making some moves down the back stretch, the athlete in the white over red.
Schoolmeister staying close to Cullen there. So we have 5 athletes in contention here. And we're 10 is Bryn Davenport, that 5th athlete in the pack. So now Cotterell goes to the front, around Matora, and Lahardy on the outside, moving up as well. But this is Cotterell getting to 400 meters to go in 3:12. She reaches the bell with a 70-second lap. The Thunderbird bringing the thunder here in the electric forest as Cullen goes around as well into that second position.
Both of these athletes are going to need to muster something special over their last 400 meters here to attack that 420 barrier. Cotterell trying to inch back her way towards those pace lights with Cullen hot on her heels.
Cullen making her move now. And now this is anything that they have to give with 150 meters to go. Cullen makes her move for the win around Cotterell. And we'll see if she can hold on as they enter Paradise Alley here down the home stretch. Here comes Cullen. Cullen with the lead out in lane 2. Followed by Cotterell, and now it is Cullen to the line in 4:19. And she'll take the victory here in this first heat of the high performance 1500.
My days, 66th on the last lap for Charlotte Cullen, a huge personal best. Taking almost 5 seconds, 4.5 seconds off of her previous personal best right there with the win, 4:19.40. And you got to believe it was the competition there with Caitlin Cotterell that really drove this performance from Charlotte Cullen. Here we see the final 100 meters down Paradise Alley. Cullen out in lane 2, driving hard, driving the knees, driving the arms, eyes firmly fixed on the finishing tape. leaving the wave lights in her dust and saying hello to a new shiny PB.
And Cotterill rewarded with a PR as well, 4:20.45. Coming into this race with a 4:23.5. So she did a lot of that work in the third lap, which is where you want to be able to push it. 1,500. Will, you know this.
Just shows a good sign of fitness and confidence to be able to do that.
And now we're making our way to the next heat of the women's high performance 1,500. Getting progressively faster. And this one set for 4:13.
You'll see here also as we go up in the pedigree of these races, the field sizes will begin to dwindle down a little bit. So it gives the athletes a little bit more space to run. We've got a pacer here out front being asked to run what pace here, Jeff?
4:13.
4:13.
For the wave light.
Oh, look, it's right on the screen.
Yeah.
Look at the screen, you dummy.
Pacer out front. Ellie rising in this race. And Charlotte Augenstein. We got Minnesota distance elites Kaylee Beyer with a 4:16 best. New Zealand runner Scarlett Robb in here with 4:17. And Molly Dreyer of the Hoka Aggies Running Club, Central California.
Charlize Trinity McKenzie, the first of the finishers. The pacemaker doing a fantastic job, actually. Just the field a little bit tentative to go with her at that 4:13 requested pace.
And some shuffling back in the pack, too, as they try to make their way back up to the pacer. This is Kayla Nygam. Nygam followed by Kaylee Breyer of the Minnesota Distance Elite. Making a move, and now the pacer looking back, seeing that she's distanced herself from the pack and coming back to help them out.
Yeah, that was a heads-up move from our pacemaker there, knowing that just being out front where she was asked to be is not the most help that she could be to this field. So she slowed down a little bit, got them back in her slipstream. Now she's going to be back on the gas, trying to bring them back into those pace lights. There's Kaylee Beyer, excuse me. Made the trip out here from Minnesota, wants to run fast. Back on the Pacers' heels.
67 for that lap for Beyer. Thanks to the pacemaker and the work done up front, and they're right on the lights still. But 2:15 through 800 meters. It is now Beyer up front. And Pacer still hanging in on the outside. Excellent job being done here.
Hats off to the pacemaker. Brilliant work there. And now it is Kaylee Beyer versus the clock. Yes, there are other athletes in this race, but she's beginning to just drive away.
And that's Molly Dreyer of the Aggies Club going around, making her way into second, trying to get back up to Beyer here, who's pressing the gas.
Dreyer does not want to see this race get away from here, but Beyer up front, full of run, back into the middle of those pace lights. This could be a pacing master class by Kaylee Beyer.
Beyer looking strong here with a lap to go.
Sat back early, but is making a big move late in this race.
And Beyer 65.9 on that lap to get back up to the pace. And she's reaching 1,200 meters now in 3:22 on the clock. And Dreyer giving chase with Nygam in third, spread out down the back straightaway. Beyer foot on the gas, and Dreyer.
There's blood in the water, and Dreyer smells it. Dreyer closing that gap with every single stride in those pink high socks of the Hoka Aggies. Dreyer now beginning to close very, very quickly on Beyer, going around the outside with 150 meters to go. Can Kaylee Beyer respond?
It's Dreyer and Beyer, and Dreyer taking the lead here. Coming up from Central California, the Aggies Distance Club, and now she's eyes up towards the tape, looking to take this win here in Portland. And here comes Molly Dreyer to the line, arms up in victory, and she'll take it in 4:13.8. 65.3 on the close. And then Charlotte Augenstein coming up for second from the loop, 4:18.
I loved the elation that we saw there from Molly Dreyer. 4:13.8, personal best. Sat back, let Kaylee Beyer do a lot of that work in the middle of the race, and you see her here just battling down the home stretch with everything that she has. A bit of an artistic shot on our behalf, but going to break the tape, winning the race in an almost 4-second personal best. Hats off to Kaylee Beyer for really cranking down on the pace in the middle of that race, bringing the athletes back firmly into those pace lights where they were aiming for that 4:13 pace. And Molly Dreyer just having a lot left in the legs over those final 250 meters.
Yeah, great work all around there for everybody in that race, as Molly Dreyer came out with the victory and rewarded with a nearly 4-second personal best. Incredible.
And you could see how much that meant to her when she crossed the line, arms outstretched, breaking the tape. That's the feeling that that's the drug that we're searching for.
That's right. I mean, you can't dream that up any better. 4-second personal best in the Electric Forest, taking the win. And that'll do it for this section of the high performance 1500s. So we're going to go to our opening ceremonies shortly, where we will have our Portland versus Seattle versus San Francisco 3K, something that we look forward to every year. And then we're going to hit the top sections of the high performance races. And then after that, we're going to make our way into what everybody's been waiting for. Ooh, the hot window.
It's hot.
You only get it once a year. Once a year.
It doesn't seem like it's enough.
And the hot window goes fast. And this year, we've added the steeplechases into it also. In past years, the steeplechases have been on Saturday night. This year, we've moved them into the hot window. So we've got steeples, we've got 800s, 5,000, capped off with the 1,500-meter races.
We did have a steeplechase last night where we saw Lance Sabaski break the Division III national record, 8:37 in the steeplechase. That was impressive running there, but tonight I think we're expecting to see more fireworks on the track.
A bit faster, potentially.
Potentially, you never know.
We'll see. You got to stick around to find out.
It's not always about the times. We want to see pure competition, and if that leads to fast times, that's fantastic.
We know what we will be dishing out. We'll be dishing out log rounds here for the victories, and athletes will be adding their names to the champions list, which includes some of the greats.
And if you're sitting in the Portland area, Portland Metro, and you're watching this on your computer, why don't you go get in your car? Why don't you start it up or call an Uber? Why don't you come on down here to Griswold Stadium at Lewis and Clark College and come buy a ticket, put your butt in a seat, stomp those feet, clap those hands, go get a beer.
One of the greatest, I might be biased, but one of the greatest parts of the year in track and field is when you can sit here for the hot window, when the sun goes down and the entire forest area is shaded and you're sitting under these great wooden grandstands. And you can just watch the lights and the athletes rip on this track in the Galloping Grove. We've seen such greats compete here. Last year, Jess Hull won the 800 meters, and Donovan Brazier won the 800 meters as well. Sinclair Johnson took the victory in the 1500. And Fawad Masoudi, after his career as a Oklahoma State Cowboy, came in, won 3:33.93. Caitlin Toohey took the 5K victory. And Dad Drew Hunter took the 5K victory as well.
Dad
Happy
strength.
Father's Day to everybody, by the way. We'll have a few fathers out there in the hot window as well.
To all of you who celebrate. We've got about a 15-minute window here before the true opening ceremonies start. So I see that my colleague and humble announcer in the booth up here has had a delicious-looking bratwurst that's calling his name. So we're going to step away for a couple of minutes, get some water. We'll be away for 5 minutes. So come back and join us as we intro the teams competing in the Portland, Seattle, San Francisco combined 3K Championship of America. We'll see you back again in 5 minutes.
And now entering the facility, we have the Unipiper, ladies and gentlemen. For the opening ceremonies here at the Portland Track Festival. The opening ceremonies will kick off the Portland versus Seattle versus San Francisco 3K. And there he is, the Unipiper, wearing what looks like a USA singlet and his Darth Vader mask. And all eyes are down on the Unipiper now. Hats off as he plays the anthem of Portland. And we make our way into this hot window, not quite hot window section. Portland versus Seattle versus San Francisco 3K. And we'll make our way into the fastest high performance sections and then into the hot window. But everybody's hats are off, hands over their hearts as we watch the Unipiper make his way towards Jerry's Trackside Tavern. And now he's doing a U-turn. He's coming back because people want to see the Unipiper. They want to feel his energy out there.
They paid their entry fee to get into the stadium. They want more Unipiper.
And now a round of applause for the Unipiper as we see the drum line assembling. And this means that we're about to go to battle. Portland versus Seattle versus San Francisco. Unipiper still out there. The crowd loves him. He loves the crowd.
What's not to love?
I think tears are being wiped from eyes right now. Wearing the USA top.
Do you think he was there with Jamie Swinston in Seattle doing the USA chant?
I think he was singing Country Roads up there. But I don't know if the Unipiper's ever been to Seattle. He's such a Portland fixture here.
You know, the World Cup does a lot of things to a lot of people.
It brings us together.
It can even inspire you to get on the 5 and go north.
And it inspires Portland versus Seattle versus San Francisco. We have all of the Portland clubs here who do battle against each other in the city in races like the Stumptown Cross Country Series, the Shamrock Run Fest throughout the year. But on this day, they come together to compete against the other cities. We see the drum line start to march out onto the track. And the people are getting hyped.
To say that this is something that the city looks forward to every year is a massive understatement. The drum line setting the tone, the sincerity of this effort required from all of these teams, from Seattle to Portland to the Bay Area, and what it means for them to represent their city here on the track.
Every heart swelling with pride right now, and hoping that Portland can take back the Cascadia Axe. Last year, we know that Seattle took it.
Nay,
in a
stole
race.
it.
They took it fair and square out there. Their third victory in the series. Portland comes in with 8. Seattle has 3, and they are defending. They've taken the Axe back up to Seattle. They've brought it back here. Last year, the results put Seattle at the front, San Francisco in second, and Portland in third. So Portland has had to sit with that for an entire year. They're looking to challenge here once again in what is an unusual spectacle, but one of the most beloved things for running in this part of the country. The Pursuit men and women race, the 3,000 meters, Portland versus Seattle versus San Francisco. San Francisco just added into the mix last year. Historically, this has just been Portland versus Seattle. A couple years, Vancouver has come into the mix as well. But now it is a 3-city competition. And if San Francisco wins this thing, somebody's going to have to drive that axe back to the Bay Area because I don't know if they're going to allow it on the plane.
Yeah, you're definitely not going to be allowed to carry that thing on.
It's a double-bladed axe, and we engrave the year of the winner into it every year. So 8 victories for Portland, 3 for Seattle. But you're only as good as your last race, right? Seattle won that last one fair and square. We have the city's finest elite runners in this race. These are the athletes who win your turkey trots. These are the athletes who win your Shamrock Run Fest. These are the athletes who coach your high schools. Many of the athletes for San Francisco run for the Peninsula Distance Club, famed club that has always come to the Electric Forest to compete. And Seattle's team largely made up of Club Northwest. You can see them on the screen there wearing their Seattle kits, looking decked out for this year. Every athlete in this on the winning team gets $100 too.
Taking that straight to the tavern.
Jerry's is going to be serving a lot of beers after this. So there we're getting a look at San Francisco wearing their Peninsula Distance Club kits. But here we have the defending champions, Seattle, running out onto the track.
To a hero's welcome, a cacophony of boos from the Portlanders.
They are being met with boos on the track. And wearing that with pride, too.
Hey, stepping into the Lion's Den, you know you're not going to have the most fans in the stands, but these athletes still wearing those smiles broadly across their faces.
They know they're the defending champs.
Can't take that away from them.
And here we have San Francisco assembling their team on the line. Claire Green out there after her second place finish in the 10,000 last night, putting it on the line for the city.
This is San Francisco.
So we have 10 athletes per team, 5 men, 5 women.
A couple athletes I recognized from the 10K last night. Those legs have to be feeling it, blowing kisses to the crowd, getting their cheers. I hope they had time to wash their kits between the races last night and today. Otherwise, that's going to be a pleasant experience waiting on the start line with those athletes.
And here we have some interesting kits for the Portland squad.
Portland rocking what appear to be crop tops.
Very flowy out there.
Very flowy. The vibes are immaculate with Portland. A lot of midriff showing. So if you're a fan of midriff, get down to Griswold Stadium, get into the stands, get to the tavern.
I think the Unipipers, maybe he's had a hand in designing these kits out here.
Yeah, or he burned the bottom off the shirts with his bagpipes. I have no idea.
That could be it too. But met with a thunderous applause as they take the track.
Just check out the flow on the back of these jerseys. This is truly next level. Never have I ever seen anything quite like it.
Interesting strategy, Portland. See how it plays
We'll
out
see
for us.
how it plays out. Precisely. Seattle, not accustomed to seeing the sun hiding in the shade over there. The lights shine brightly down on the Seattleans?
Seattleites.
The satellites.
San Franciscans, Portlanders.
And the satellites.
So how this works for all of you unindoctrinated Portland versus Seattle versus San Francisco viewers, we're going to start the women first. And then we're going to wait 80 seconds and we're going to start the men. There's going to be 2 guns in this race. And how it's scored first athletes across the line, cross-country style, between each of these teams.
And what does cross-country style mean, Jeff?
Means first place, you assign 1 point, second place gets 2 points, third place gets 3 points, all the way down the line.
And we did have the U.S. Open in golf today, so like golf, teams are aiming for their lowest possible point total, rather than the NBA championships, which we saw very recently, which the Knicks 1 and 5, Knicks and 5, where those teams are looking for the highest point total. So
that's good to denote.
Golf, not basketball out here, folks. Cross country, not track. Track, you want to score the most points. Cross country, you want to score the least points.
And this is very difficult for us to calculate in the booth as they start streaming across the finish
It's
line.
impossible, but we'll try.
So we wait for the announcement to be calculated down on the track.
And then we are open to the possibility that that count is wrong.
It has been done before. 2 or 3 years ago, I think, we one of the finish line cameras obscured a Seattle runner. Actually, the last time that Seattle won, or before last year, so 3 years ago. One of the finish line cameras obscured the Seattle runner, and so Portland was initially given the victory, but then it was given back to Seattle. So a bitter defeat that year. The year later, Portland came back, claimed victory, but last year, Seattle took the victory, as we all know. So we'll see who can come out on top here.
Wearing hip 16 there in that lavender Portland top is famed Nike shoe developer Carrie Dimmoff.
That's right.
What we would assume rocking kicks that she herself developed. That's got to be a pretty cool experience.
Yeah, that's probably a safe bet. Carrie, member of Team USA over in Doha, the World Championships marathon team. She's run 2:29, I believe, for the marathon.
It's flying.
Steeplechase, Olympic trials qualifier back in the day.
We want to give our thanks where thanks are due to this meet. Nike stepped up pretty big and pledged a lot of support for the Portland Track Fest. Maybe next year when they see what Brooks did with the Seattle team, they'll want to make sure that there are no competitive brands on their Portlanders.
Hey, these are trendy kits here that we've rolled out for the Portland crew.
Trend is en point, as they would say. Paris Fashion Week just wrapped up. running very prominently featured amidst all the activities going in and on around Paris. So we're very in vogue here out at the Portland Track Fest.
And we are announcing the teams once again as the women look to take the line here. Our in-stadium announcer, Dave Ribbage, letting the audience know that they're about to witness some high-octane racing, which is exactly what the fans are looking for.
Octane high enough to blow flames out of a bagpipe.
We know the Unipiper is sitting in Jerry's Trackside Tavern right now, likely, getting ready for this race. And every bar in the city tuned in right now to watch this race and try and see Portland take this Cascadia axe back home.
I was over on the east side just before arriving to the track today, and there were lines outside of every bar and tavern trying to get in, standing room only, for this moment. Pride on the line, Rose City versus the Satellites.
And San Franciscans.
Not to be discounted, but...
And the women lining up here. 5 women per each team, 5 men per each team.
The lights shine bright on the backstretch. They're seeing plenty of the women out there probably wishing they had some sunglasses on.
Seattle's team, led by Alicia Anderson, Lucy Klevick, Christina Randrup, Grace Dickel, Sydney Stribney, and Aaron Wagner. So those are the defending champs. And Lizzie Harmon, Autumn Ost, Carrie Dimmoff, Rachel Peterson, Ashley Althouse on the line here for Portland.
Sarah Anderson, Anna Haddad, JJ Escalera, Carmen Mejia, Erin McDonald, and Claire Green, who we saw in that 10,000 last night, representing Team San Francisco, maybe more specifically the Peninsula Distance Club.
Both Claire Green and Aaron McDonald in the 10,000 coming back right now to compete in the 3,000.
You know, the 10K was a warm-up, but a warm-up to get the legs spinning, get some familiarity with the ups and downs of this track. You can see the nerves and the excitement in the legs of the athletes as they're shaking out those nerves, getting that energy.
It's palpable here.
The tingles.
We'll get going soon. There's the whistle, and we're going to step to the line. Remember, once the women go, we'll have 80 seconds until the men start. And here we are. Portland versus Seattle versus San Francisco. 3,000 meters. And Portland out to the lead first. This is Lizzie Harmon and Claire Green on the inside from San Francisco. And Sarah Anderson in third position for San Francisco.
As announcers in the booth, we have to be impartial. That's part of the gig. But I can't help cheer for Portland. We are, after all, at the Portland Track Fest.
We are sports fans still.
The volunteer-led organization here does so much for this community, for this race, to really set up an opportunity for these athletes to have an enjoyable experience. The purity of competition. Lizzie Harmon and Claire Green right now leading the field of women. That 80 seconds for the men, which feels like an eternity, but is going to turn into proper chaos here as smartly the officials are starting them in the outside waterfall.
Because we're getting to 80 seconds right, right for the first lap. So the women, 80 seconds pretty
dead.
Much on the nose for the
80
first lap.
80 seconds, dead.
Almost as if they planned that. And now the men take off on the outside. And thank you very much for the split screen here, as we can see the men get in front of the women in their corral. And Seattle out to an early lead for the men. We see Portland leading the women's section with a good mix of athletes in there. Tough to tell how we're going to score this thing in the initial bouts.
This seems mighty chaotic at the beginning, but if this is the first time you've ever watched this Tri-City battle, it does spread out here eventually. But we gave all the women their time of day, their flowers at the beginning of their race. Let's run through these men's start lists very quickly here. We have up from San Francisco, Ethan Yan, Ethan Phillips, Kyle Eller, Josh Sealand, Emmett Rainier. We saw him last night, was in the 5,000 meters. And Vidang Ladd from the Peninsula Distance Club representing the city of San Francisco. From Seattle, coming down from Seattle, we have Ben Lee, Oliver Pauline, Bobby Beraldi, Mitch Reese-Jones, Doug Bryant, and Ben Williams, all wearing those Volt and blue kits of the city of Seattle. And wearing those beautiful yellow crop tops representing the city of Portland is Brian Comer, Jake Eddington, Paul Selden, Alden Roy, Leo Donnelly, RJ Kennedy, and Andrew Cusmano. But Seattle right now up front driving the pace in the men's race, and Portland driving the pace in the women's race. All of these athletes still in contention.
Kuzi's been the captain of the Portland race too out here, so he's assembled or had a hand in assembling this Portland field.
Handpicked.
The field was selected at the first Portland Track All-Comers meet this year, as we ran a pursuit race there, practicing this Portland versus Seattle versus San Francisco competition. So Seattle now in the men's side really taking it to these other cities here. They're leading this competition, as it looks like we've had about 71 seconds, it looks like, for for the men's pack. So 441 pace, or 444 pace thereabouts for 1,600 meters. But on the women's side, we're rolling about 78. So still Portland leading that pack, and Seattle leading the men's pack. But now most of the women are in contention. I saw one off the back there, so looks like we've got a good crew of actually San Francisco athletes on the women's side up here. As the women roll through 1,400. And right now, the drum line is still playing throughout this race as they do every year.
The drum line is an endurance event as well, Jeff.
Someone's got to be sore.
Yeah, tomorrow. They're going to be saying that tomorrow. So if we remember, 80 seconds roughly was the women's pace for their first lap. So those women were approximately 1 full lap ahead of the men in this race. Right now, that distance stands at about 250 meters as the men have 4 laps to go, coming up on 4 laps to go. Hopefully their mental math is strong, and I know that they're adding 1 to this because the lap counter is counting down on the women's race, which is at the front of the pack.
Correct.
Still Lizzie Harmon from Portland wearing that lavender colored crop top, tucked in crop top though.
Claire Green in second. She took second in the 10,000 meters last night, and coming back to defend her city. So as they get to the line here, they'll have 3 laps remaining.
Top competitors in that women's race, Lizzie Harmon, Claire Green, Sarah Anderson, also wearing that Tracksmith Peninsula Distance kit. Autumn Oust wearing the lavender of Portland, and then we have 2 Seattle athletes. Looks like Lucy Klebeck and Alicia Anderson. Alicia, excuse me if I'm mispronouncing your name, but it seems fairly well bunched there amongst the teams.
It looks like, is that on the outside?
That's Mr. Renier.
Renier won the Open 5K yesterday, and now he's taken the lead for San Francisco.
Emmett Renier not wanting to see this thing turn into a kick. Seattle driving a very modest pace at the beginning of this race, but also knowing that to be scorers, they need to get on their horses and go start to catch these women. The first of which the men's field has now caught successfully.
Renier moving around woman in the field, but Renier leading it, and now we see Portland starting to make a move in the front pack. And Claire Green and Erin McDonald, the 10,000 runners, asserting themselves in the women's pack. But on the men's side, Portland has taken the front.
These ladies have 800 meters to go. The men are about 130 meters behind them. They have really got to start flying as Claire Green and Erin McDonald are out there just absolutely grinding away at this pace, trying to run away with the race. The men are approaching the common finish line here with 2 laps to go, but the women still have about 150 meters lead, so these guys need to absolutely get on their horse. This is going to be a close race, as it does seem like the men just let it get a bit tactical.
Yeah, it definitely does appear that way. Paul Selden from Portland is out in front. The Seattle athlete is right behind it. Seattle looking like they're in very good positions on the men's side as they're on the outside shoulders of each of these athletes. 4 athletes down the line, and now Seattle goes to the front once again for the men. Claire Green and Erin McDonald, a huge gap on the field now. So it looks like they will claim the low points as they have 1 lap remaining. Green and McDonald hit the bell.
I don't see those athletes getting caught. They have timed this to perfection and run and executed a race strategy very well. Emmett Renier now back to the front for San Francisco on the men's side, being followed closely by 3 Portland and 4 Seattle athletes. Could it happen? Could Seattle come away with the top 3 positions. Renier distancing himself even further from the men's field, but Claire Green and Aaron McDonald also now beginning to stretch it out down the backstretch. And let's just keep the camera on Emmett Renier as he begins to fly down the backstretch. Claire Green going into full flight here, 150 meters to go.
And Green and McDonald hit 73s on the penultimate lap, but this is all Green with 25 laps in her legs from last night. And Green hammering this home stretch. McDonald hammering. Renier for
Hammering.
San Francisco. Hammering. It looks like San Francisco is really, they came to play today as Green crosses the line first. And then McDonald. And this is a San Francisco 1-2-3.
We call that the San Francisco sweep, with Portland going 4-5-6. Then it's Seattle, San Francisco, Seattle, Portland, Seattle, San Francisco, Seattle, Portland, Portland. This is why it gets a little bit too tough for us to count as the straw poll in our hands. I only have so many fingers with which to keep score, but my goodness.
It's going to be a tough battle here as we see Sarah Anderson, the next Peninsula Distance Club athlete, coming in 8th. So after the top 3, she is the 4th. And then Ethan Phelps in 12th. So it appears that is the first 5.
That's 30 points for San Francisco. Portland having 15 points with their top 3, 25. 39 points for Portland. Peninsula firmly ahead of that, and Seattle looking like they were going to finish from 1st to 3rd as a team this year. San Francisco came to play.
We will see. Those are the unofficial results done from back of the napkin math here by our mathematician in the booth, Will Lear.
Ron Warhurst actually just texted me those from Fraser's Pub in Ann Arbor. He's tuned in. He wants to see this race every year.
Pubs from around the country tuning in for this as athletes stream across the line. Up and down the West Coast, everybody is watching this, seeing who will claim the Cascadia Axe this year. And who knew that Cascadia extended down to San Francisco? It does now. We've claimed it. We can see the replay here. Claire Green on the screen. And she really hammered this thing. 9:35 for the victory in the 3K on the women's side.
For a brief moment, the men's top finisher, Emmett Renier, and Claire Green shared the same home stretch, but it was Claire Green closing in 68 seconds. That was a deciding factor in cementing the victory. The 1-2-3 punch, that is hard to come back from.
And how about Renier closing in 58 too for that 8:25?
You just love to see it.
A pretty impressive result for him.
The athletes from the Peninsula Distance Clubs, Team San Francisco, getting their photos taken. They feel as though they have this thing wrapped up.
It appears that they know.
Maybe they know something that we don't. We can only surmise with our very terrible addition skills. Mediocre at best.
And I think, yeah, as they're posing for the camera now, they know that they've done it. And we'll see. Seattle had the axe for a year, and this would be the first victor that is not Portland or Seattle in this 11-year history of this competition.
Yesterday's race is clearly just the preamble for what was the main event for these athletes who come all the way up to Portland from Seattle for this event. Hats off, congratulations to San Francisco. That was a master class in team racing.
It was a great race all around. It looked to me like Seattle was going to take that thing at the beginning because we saw on the men's side at least they were really getting to the front, but the pace was lagging. And that's something that I didn't realize, getting caught up in the action, because it's hard to keep track of 2 races going on at once.
Hard to keep track. We were getting used to watching 10Ks last night, so these 800s, 1500s, and 3Ks are just flying by today. No excuses for the announcers up in the booth, but impressed, dare I say, is a description that would, I think, aptly categorize how we're feeling.
Yeah, always impressed with that race. And San Francisco. We've only got 2 sides to the axe, so I'm not sure where we're going to put the date with their victory on there.
A 3-bladed axe.
Yeah, we need a 3rd blade on that thing. We'll see where they're going to get.
If anyone is a blacksmith in the Portland area and could produce a 3-bladed axe lickety-quick here tonight, that would be fantastic. Just drop it off.
So now it's been 2 full years since Portland has taken the victory. And they tried it with the different outfits this year. Go back to the drawing board. See what we can do next year. Train all year round for the 3K. No more of this marathon stuff.
Marathons are garbage.
It's 3K or bust next year for the Cascadia Axe. We're also going to kick off our high jump competition as well very soon. And we've already gotten into action there. As the San Francisco team continues to celebrate their victory down there.
Well-earned victory.
Adara Haglund in the high jump. Cleared 1.7 meters. So 5.7 for those of you tuning in the United States. Pamela Croce has as well cleared 1.7 meters in the high jump. And Vashti Cunningham is passing until she gets to 6 feet 5.
Gotta believe that this is her younger sister, Grace Cunningham, coming up to attempt 170.
And Grace Cunningham just misses. So next up in the lineup, we're going to move our way back into the high performance sections. But actually, before we get to that, we're going to kick off with the championship sections of the girls and boys 1,500 meters high school racing. So the girls, Wildwood running high school 1,500 up next. Wildwood running, a great organization here beginning in Portland to educate girls and women about sticking in running and navigating being a runner as a young girl, staying in the sport throughout your life. And super, they put on Wildwood Mile every year here in Portland, but now there are more Wildwood Miles around the country as well. So check their site, Wildwood Running, and see where you can find a Wildwood Mile. But also look for their clinics as well. They do a great job. But high school girls on the line now. And the wave light pace for this race is set for 4:35 for the 1,500. And 17 athletes on the line.
Can be fairly certain, Jeff, that we've got a lot of friends and family of these young ladies out there tuned in to this incredible live stream that we have here for the Portland Track Festival 2026. So why don't we run through the start list and give everyone their time of day.
Go ahead, Will.
We've got McCullen Cutsforth, in lane 1. Audrey Chambers wearing hip 2. Alma Galicia, hip 3. Calliope Cameron, hip 4. Charlie Garrett wearing hip 5. Alice Barton wearing hip 6. Abby Wilson wearing hip 7 from the Oh Yes Athletics. Laura Wallace wearing hip 8. Catherine Gramling from Huskies Country, hip 9. Kiara Lee from the Pacer Project in 10. Leighton Allen from Summit in 11. Laura Franks, also from Huskies Country in 12. Sophie Lund from Pacer Project in 13. Shayla Cavero, Eastside Athletics 14. Allison Fajardo, Mount Tabor Track Club, wearing hip 15. Julia Oliveras and Riley Thomas wearing 17 round out the field. Big group of very well accomplished athletes.
And 4:35, we said, is the wave light pace here as we come to the first pass of the finish line. And McCollin Cutsforth out front. And she's leading Riley Thomas, Allison Fajardo from the Mount Tabor Track Club, and Abby Wilson from the Oh Yes Athletics Club.
Oh yes.
And about 73 thereabouts for the opening quarter.
That's sub 5 minute miling for those of you keeping track. McCollin Cutsforth has a personal best, the junior, of 4:36 for this event, so 4:35 would be a PB.
And she's pushing this pace. Riley Thomas in second. And this is a pacer out front for this race too. So Thomas in the white top and Cutsforth in the black top as we power down this home straightaway. And they run by the living room. Seattle is San Francisco with Claire Green with the microphone giving an interview right now for the crowd. And the pacer sticking on, but Cutsforth.
Team San Francisco just being handed cold, hard cash. Benjamins, $100 bills for their efforts out here today, taking that team championship. But our eyes are on the track in this Wildwood girls 1,500 meters.
And the pacer has stepped off, so it is now Cutsforth and Riley Thomas, the duo out there racing each other in this high school girls Wildwood 1,500 meters.
A lap and a half remains in this girls 15. McCollin Cutsforth still out front. Riley Thomas giving chase. When they come into the shaded regions of this track, they can see that 4:35 mark on the track in front of them. What will they have left with a finishing kick to try and go catch those lights?
And Cutsforth, Thomas, and in the green back there, we have Allison Fajardo in third position. But this has been Cutsforth ever since the pacer stepped off. And she'll come up here with a lap to go at 3:28 on the clock. So that was a 78-second lap, letting the pace slow slightly after the pacer stepped off. And Cutsforth, Thomas now looking to make a move as they get to 1,200 meters in 3:48. Thomas does make the move and gets around, and she's got daylight down the back straightaway.
Can Cutsforth respond? Cutsforth does not look like the wheels are completely falling off, still fighting her way through the latter stage of this 1,500 meters. But Riley Thomas now in full flight.
Inside 200 meters to go. Riley Thomas was sitting on Cutsforth, and she's going to the arms. Eyes up around the curve. And all she's got in her mind is that finish line at this point. And she's storming down the home straightaway. And it looks like this is going to be a very fast finishing lap for her as she'll get to the line in 4:37. 68.4 on the close for Riley Thomas as she takes the victory in the Wildwood Girls 1,500. Cutsforth 4:43. And she's got the log round in her hand, Riley Thomas does. As Fajardo comes up for third in a sub-5 effort. And Abby Wilson, 4:59, also sub-5, a nice PR for her for the Oh Yes Athletics Club. And Riley Thomas looking incredibly strong here on the finish. the 10th grader taking the victory here in the high school girls 1500. A bright future here in the Electric Forest as she makes her very first mark here.
Come on back next year. We'll move you up a heat.
That's right. Next year, high performance 1500.
Riley Thomas was just flying over the final 150 meters of that race. Obviously knew what she was doing through the first few laps, biding her time until she could unleash that furious kick.
And we can see the high jump on the screen here. As that was Adara Hagelin with her second miss at 1.75 meters. Pamela Croce, second miss at 1.75. So we have Beard and Grace Cunningham remaining in here, both hitting 1.75. And then Vashti Cunningham as well. She's passed, and she will pass on 1.8 as well, as she will open up at 1.84. But on the line here, we have the boys Stumptown running 1500 championship race. So the wave light here set for 3:55 for the 1500. And Stumptown running, great organization in the city as well. You take a look back at the high jump.
This boys' field is comprised of John Harris from Sun Valley, Philippe Beltran, Lucas White from Sheldon, JT Playford from MVP Track Club, Wyatt Nitschke from Whisper Running, Sebastian Swain, Nash Howard, Killian Sistone, Toby Wong, Luke Bruce, Royal Colley, Sam Fleming also from Sun Valley, David Villanueva Cortez, Jasper Lakefish, Hudson Boaz, Folan Doherty, and Luca Ruprecht from SoCal Wildcats.
And that was Hagelin making it over 1.75. Croce with the third miss at 1.75, so she would be out of the competition. Here the boys are packed up. Sebastian Swain at the front. And being challenged on the outside as they get through the first lap in 63 seconds. And Felipe Beltran choosing to run too wide here as they approach the turn. So we'll see what he decides to do as he gets pushed around the outside on the bend. And tough running still. That's Nash Howard on the outside. And Sebastian Swain on the inside. And then in third position there, just sitting and waiting, is Benjamin Carrain. So Swain at the front and Nash Howard still running too wide. And that was a 64.9 on that last quarter as they approach 800 meters here. And they'll reach it in 2:08. So still, now we have Felipe Beltran at the front. And Croce again at the high jump. Or the Adara Hagelin, excuse me, with a miss there at 1.8. And Sebastian Swain holding that lead position in lane on the outside of lane 1. And leaving the inside open so Carrain can get through, and he does. And inside a lap to go now.
Then maybe a tactical maneuver there from Swain, letting someone try and take a little bit of this pace that he's been setting from the early stages of this race.
3:13 through 1,200 meters, and Karen at the front. And now in second place,
I think that's Luke Bruce.
Luke Bruce making a move as he gets close to Ben Karen. And Karen pushing at the front, but Bruce looking strong as he approaches Karen as they round the corner here onto the home straightaway. Here comes Karen and Bruce on the outside.
The pride of Boise.
Who's this going to be? Karen still holding a small edge as Bruce comes up, but it will be Ben Karen who gets the victory. And he'll run 3:57, claim the victory there for the Stumptown running 1500, closing in 60 flat. Luke Bruce also closing in 60, run 3:57.8.
And to you, young man, goes a log round.
Log round there for Ben Karen in this Stumptown running boys 1500 meters. And look at this duel down the straightaway. It looked like Bruce might be able to get there because he had the opportunity to shadow Karen here, but Karen able to hold him off down the straightaway. Too strong to deal with here.
Karen rewarded with the win and the log round. Bruce, his consolation prize is a pretty good one. That's a shiny new personal best.
And another miss there from Hagelund at 1.8. As we see Cunningham starting to warm up. And opening up at 1.84. Now, after these high school 1500 meter races, we're making our way back into the high performance heats. So we will have men's high performance 1500.
We just saw Grace Cunningham miss there at 180. Going straight over to her father, NFL great Randall Cunningham. The advent of technology in field events, Jeff, is just really spectacular. They can, in immediate time, go back and look at a replay of her jump and analyze and try and fix to try and come up with a clearance.
And pretty amazing there. As that was Taylor Beard with a miss at 1.8. You
can see this here, them analyzing the footage that Coach Cunningham has taken of these athletes. Adara Haglund for her final attempt at 180 in this high-performance women's high jump.
And it's a make.
Up and over.
Barely just grazed it, but the bar stayed on. And she will move on to 1.84.
Elation from Haglund there, celebrating with her coach. But back to work. That bar is just going to keep moving up.
And on the track now, well, as we look at Grace Cunningham here in her attempt, we have the 800-meter high-performance women lining up. Grace Cunningham taking her final attempt at 1.8. And she will miss on that one. So she will exit the competition. 1.8. We'll have Hagelund moving on. Taylor Beard will take her final attempt at 1.8. And Vashti Cunningham yet to open up. And here we have women's top high performance section of the 800 meters. And this is before we get to the hot window.
We're not even close to the hot window yet.
We're inching ever closer. We're about 40 minutes outside of the hot window. So we see Taylor Beard here on the screen. We're going back and forth. Try and get you all of the action. And Beard up and over. So she will move on to 1.84. 184, making her final attempt at 180. And high performance 800 meters on the line here. Anna Connor on the inside. Alexandra Carlson, Odessa Zentz, Emily Meyer, Enos McAdam, Nicole Burley, Janiyah Brown, Carly Kleefeld, and Tegan Hunter Galvin. And around the bend they go. And the wave light for this section is set at 2:02 pace. So that's what these athletes are searching for here. As we get to the 200-meter mark, 28 seconds for the pacer, about 29 for the field.
2:02 would be a personal best for every athlete in this field, so tall order, but they seem very much up to the task. The pacer was doing a very good job down the backstretch, trying to not get too far ahead of those blue pace lights, keeping an eye on exactly where she needs to be. We've seen this pacer now more than once today. These pacers really giving their all for the athletes racing in the 2026 Portland Track Festival. This is Tegan Hunter Galvin, the first of the finishers.
And she's through 400 meters in 59:35. So choosing to try and chase the pacer here as the rest of the field is packed up behind her. And gaining a lot of distance here down the back straightaway. As the pacer is still on but now steps off.
Smart move from the pacer to go inside and not outside. You usually like to see the pacers go outside. A beautiful drone shot here. 200 meters to go. 1:30 on the clock for Hunter Galvin. That's 2-minute pace. She is well ahead of these pace lights, but they are not going to slow down and give her the victory. Hunter Galvin in front of Inez McAdam. We believe that is in second position. Sorry, no, that's hip 2. Excuse me, that's Alexandra Carlson in the Adidas kit, but Hunter Galvin giving it her all down the home stretch. Remember, those pace lights are 2:02, and they're beginning to catch up on Hunter Galvin as Alexandra Carlson gives chase in the final meters, but it's Hunter Galvin who takes the win.
Hunter Galvin takes the win, that high performance 800 meters. And she will be rewarded with 2:02.48, which is a personal best, 2:03.93, what she came into this race with. And Alexandra Carlson also 2:03.07 personal best.
Jeff, it's not like this is the first time or even second time that an athlete like Hunter Galvin has run this race. To take a full second and a half off your PB when these women are already so accomplished, that was a huge run from Tegan Hunter Galvin.
And on the screen here we saw miss from Beard in the high jump. Her first attempt at 184. So high performance 800 meters in the books here. A log round goes to Hunter Galvin. And now we will see the men's high performance 800 meters. This is Adara Hageland on the high jump runway here. And she's taking her first attempt at 184. Her second attempt.
184 would be a personal best.
She will miss her second attempt there.
Hageland's posted PB is 181. Vashti, we missed her jump, but she was over cleanly at 184, which is 6.5 feet for our imperial measurers.
And Taylor Beard here once again. She missed for the first time at 184, but coming up for her second attempt. And we can see Hunter Galvin down the straightaway here, keeping it together, as she had a huge gap down the backstretch in this race, but able to hold off Carlson here for the victory, as they both claim personal best. And on the track right now, we have what will be the second fastest heat of the day in the men's 800 meters, the top section of the high performance sections. So Elliot Cook of Nike Swoosh TC in here with a best of 1:45.2. And we've got 3 Atlanta Track Club athletes in here. Luciano Fiore, Luke Hauser, and Reinhard Swanepoel.
Very interested to see the athlete in lane 2, Carter Cutting, coming off of
Me too.
his NCAA season, now representing Hoka in lane 2. As we said, Elliot Cook in 3, Hafez Mahadi in 4, Riley Witt in 5, Frederick Hoey in 6, the 3 from the Atlanta Track Club in 7, 8, 9, and Lloyd Freelow out there in lane 10.
Cutting, a BYU freshman, took the indoor mile NCAA championship, and he's from Wilsonville here in Oregon. So he's in this race on the inside. And the wave light set for 1:45 here in this 800.
Travis Thompson, I follow him on social media. He was doing his training, getting ready for the 2x400 that he has set for himself today in pacing duties. And it's Thompson and Freelow right now running 1-2.
Thompson, the pacer, out front. And you can see Carter Cutting on the outside in that Hoka singlet. And then in the red, the Atlanta Track Club athletes. And they'll come through 50 point for 400 meters, 51.07 for Lloyd Freelow, the first racer. And Frederick Hoey in that purple kit behind him. So Freelow, Hoey, and Carter Cutting making a move now on the outside, the local hero, but swinging wide. That's Riley Witt trying to get into the lead in lane 2 as they approach 600 meters here, and there's some pushing and shoving at 118.
Freelow protecting his space on the inside of lane 1, making the pass, not letting someone cut him off, but Carter Cutting has a lot of work to do and a lot of traffic around him. Freelow in the front, Cutting going out wide.
Cutting, a lot of strength there for him because there was some pushing and shoving, and now everybody going wide all the way out into lane 4. And look who it is. It's Luke Hauser on the outside, but he can't get there first. It looks like that's Reinhard Swanepoel who will take the victory for the Atlanta Track Club, flying all the way out west here. He runs 1:45.64. Atlanta Track Club go 1-2. Luke Hauser, the 1,500 meter runner, better known as, runs 1:45.72 for a PR.
Down the backstretch, Luke Hauser was in the back of that pack, and you saw Carter Cutting actually was in terrific position on the outside shoulder of the leaders. And I just kept thinking, hey, these guys are going to have to race over 1,500 meters here in a few weeks at the U.S. Championships. Is Luke Hauser really going to let a BYU freshman beat him in this race? And no, he didn't. Going out all the way, as you said, Jeff, to lane 4, trying to find an open alley to run.
Super impressed with the strength of all these guys as they close in 53.54. Carter Cutting, 1:45.8. That's a PR. Came into it with a 1:47. And look, Freelow here, a lot of pushing and shoving around the turn, trying to protect his space. And it looked like this was going to be Cutting until all the way outside. Look how far Luke Hauser went. And you could see Swanepoel just pushing on the jets in the final few meters to claim that victory. And around the bend again, we got a second replay here for you. Look at this view, all the way to the outside of lane 4, Luke Hauser. And look how relaxed his face looks, too. Swanepoel on the inside, able to dig in and eke out that win. And holding the tape there, looked a little scared. It's a little scary standing in lane 5 as everybody's swinging out wide. Vashti Cunningham here on the high jump run up. You said she made her first attempt at 184, and now she is the solo remaining participant in this high jump. So she has taken the victory here, and she's taken her first attempt at 188, and that will be a miss here. As we look at the women's high performance 1,500 meter race that's kicking off right now. And this is the fastest section of the high-performance 1,500. We have Holly McGillivray, the Vancouver Thunderbirds, Maddie Mooney, Pacific Athletics, Natalie Sismas, Kaylee Peterson, Karina Viljoen, Rylan Engels, Brianna Malone, Claire Yerby, and Raina Stanzio, Izzy Thornton-Bott, Kylie Finger, Kaya Robertson, and Marisha Thompson. So the wave light for this race is set for 4:07, and they have a pacer out there, Caitlin Arciaga. And that's Viljoen, South African athlete, the first racer in the group for the Mammoth Track Club. And right now, nobody choosing to go with the pacer. The pacer comes through right as she's prescribed. And Viljoen leading the pack behind them as we're bunched up at the front here, but nobody wants to take the lead.
We've seen nothing but fast times today, Jeff. The conditions out here are very closely perfect. And the pacer is doing exactly what she was asked to do. You'd like to see someone just make that little bit of an effort to bring themselves to breach the gap between the field and the pace. Maybe it's going to be Kylie Fingers, who's got those space buns rocking today. Haven't seen space buns in a minute. Arciaga up front, pacing fantastically well. And the entire field of women's 1,500 meter finishers are all together, bunched, making this thing quite tactical.
And Kaya Robertson moving up in that first position now. So it's Robertson and Finger. Robertson in the pink top and Finger on the outside. And then Rylan Engels and Viljoen. And through in about 2:14 roughly through 800 meters.
These athletes have to get to work if they want a shot at clawing back those wave lights, at looking for those personal bests, which is what we're all out here to do. We're out here to win races and run fast.
And Robertson, Boise State athlete, coming in here to race in the Electric Forest. And she's being challenged right now by Finger, but Finger content to sit on her outside shoulder as they chase the lights.
The field stretched, and now it is compressing again. And here goes Kylie Finger, from the Badger from Wisconsin.
Finger making a move as they come up with a lap to go. And we'll get there in about 3:04.
That was a 65 for Finger on that lap. So if she can replicate that, a personal best is well within her sights, and she's going to work down the backstretch, popping off the track, going to the arms, using the power of the space buns. Karina Viljoen right on her heels.
Viljoen coming back into the picture. And this is still Finger at the front. 200 meters to go in this race. Finger, Viljoen.
Those three are clear of the field, but we've seen crazier things happen on the track today.
And that's Raina Stanziano of the Hoka Aggies. And she's swinging wide on the home stretch as they all swing wide again, reminiscent of that 800 we just saw. And here's Viljoen at the front, and then Stanziano taking the lead now down the home straightaway. Stanziano coming up to the line, and she'll take the victory here in about 4:10, 4:09:03 for Raina Stanziano, and that is a personal best for her, 4:12.9, what she came into this meet with. Viljoen 4:10.14, just outside her personal best. And Kaylee Peterson from Minnesota, a PR for her in third, 4:10.34. And then Finger, a PR 4:10.47.
Do you want to keep going?
PRs all the way down the line. Holly McGillivray, 4:11. She takes 2 seconds off. Maddie Mooney.
Here we have a replay of Finger still in the front with Viljoen going to her outside, and Stanziano even further out into the lane of highest hopes. Stanziano with a lot left in the tank over the last 50. And we've talked about this all day on the broadcast. These athletes are being stretched to the limits of their abilities, and who has the most left, who made too many moves throughout the race, and who saved their best move for last. Stanziano, full of run over the final 50 meters, really puts the nail in the proverbial coffin there when she stretches by Villian and puts 5 meters into her easily over the last 50. That was an incredible burst of speed there.
And we just saw Vashti Cunningham on the screen as well, clear 192 on her third attempt. So she passed 188, had 2 misses at 192, but cleared her final attempt there. And that's a season's best for her so far this year. But now back to the line, we have the top section of the high-performance men's 1500. Don't go anywhere because we still have the hot window to get to after this. But here in this section,
don't you go anywhere.
This is the wave light is set for 3:36 in this race. In the past couple years, we've seen this race won in 3:35, the top section high performance 1500. And we have a number of athletes who could do that here with personal best at 3:36. Austin Dahlquist is in here, 3:36 best. Reese Hammond, 3:36. Derek Johnson, 3:36. A number of 3:37 athletes as well.
Some of these guys need to take a little bit of a chill pill here in the early stages of this race. Figure out who the pacers and who the racers are. They're well ahead of the prescribed pace right now.
And you can see the tall guy in second place here is Jesus Tonacio Lopez, better known as an 800 runner, 143 man. He's placed second here in the Portland Track Festival in the 800. Mexican Olympian, national record holder.
I thought he looked familiar.
But he's jumping into the 15 now.
For years, we'd see Tonatiu Lopez in the Hoka kit, now running unattached. Bit of confusion there for him as to who the pacer was and why he wasn't out there more quickly, but hard to beat a 143 guy off the line in a 1500.
And they're through at 56 through the quarter.
They are moving, Jeff. This field fully stretched out down the backstretch, single file. Not a lot of moves being made behind Tonatiu Lopez and Colin Bowler, the junior from Princeton, with a sub 340 personal best, trying to really take that and rewrite the record books there. Pacemaker doing a fantastic job right now, leading this field.
Flying down the home straightaway here. Tonacio Lopez, he's got a personal best of, I believe, 338.
Luke Tewalt running in the third position of the finishers behind Colin Bowler, wearing the Oregon Ducks uniform, formerly Georgetown Hoya. More well known as a 5K runner. We didn't see a lot of him on the track this year. But here makes a big move from Colin Bowler, going around Tonatiu Lopez. Luke Tewalt matching that move very well, not letting him get an inch.
So the pace lagged a little bit there as they reached halfway in 156, but now Bowler looking to hang on and push this pace once again. Luke Tewalt in that second position. Lopez, he's not gone yet. He's still well in the mix. Shane Strike sitting there in the pack two in the yellow. We know that he has a good kick. So look for him on the outside. And Austin Dahlquist in there too.
Austin Dahlquist hasn't left the rail for this entire race. A very smart race by him. We sometimes see him get a little antsy early in races and make big moves, but he is in the middle of this pack as they're coming through the 1,200 meter mark in about 2:55. So we'll see what can happen over the final 300 here. It's anyone's game. And we get a big move around the outside by Jackson Hoey.
Very big move there. And looking to get a gap. Look at this, like he shot out of a cannon. Jackson Hoey with a huge gap. That's 5 meters on the pack here.
Almost instantaneously, Hoey went from running to sprinting and leaving this field in his wake. Hoey, obviously we're seeing the weight of the effort on his face, but he is fighting with all of his might.
And this is all Jackson Hoey trying to keep it together as he gets to the line here for the victory in 3:35 once again. High performance,
come on!
Men's 1500, 3 years in a row, won in 3:35. 3:35.61 for a nearly 4-second personal best. for Hoey. And Tayson Echo Hawk, 337, comes up for second, 337.5. How about that 55-second close,
How
Will?
about that 55-second close, Jeff? We haven't seen a lot of Jackson Hoey since he paced his brother to a world record indoors in the 800 early this year at the New Balance Indoor Grand Prix. But Jackson Hoey, man, put that smile big on your face. That's got to feel good.
Look at that. That's like a Crest White Strips commercial right there after his victory here. 335.6. And what a day for him here. Dahlquist with his arm around his shoulder comes up for third, 337.7. You can see the Oregon man in there, Echo Hawk, getting second. And it's a night here in the Electric Forest for PRs.
Night for it. PB Jackson Hoey. PB Tyson Echo Hawk. PB Jesus Tonatia Lopez. PB Colin Bowler. And the list goes on. What a race that was.
That's 9 men under 340 for the high performance 1500. And in order to get into the hot window 1500 this year, you've got to run 336 or the equivalent to it. So we will see that to cap off the evening. We'll see if anybody can take a shot at Evan Jager's 332.97 record that's hung around on the books since 2015.
That's a tall order. That's a tall order. Moving right along, no rest for the weary. We're going down to the men's high performance 5K. Because if you thought those 1500s were exciting, check out this field. Aaron Gilliam, Joseph Myers, Griffin Neal, Guillermo Kurtz, Cameron Hattler, Sawyer Marquise, Malachi Schoner, Noah Laughlin-Hall, Ryan Martin, Josef Berhan, Peter Hesters, Nathaniel Getachew, Christian Gravel, Craig Lautenslager, Jackson Kuchar, Hakeem Chirokai, and the last part of his name is cut off on my list here, Jeff Lautenslager, Ryder White, and Noah Rasmussen. 19 men on the line here in this high-performance men's 5K.
And as we start this off, Vashti Cunningham missed her final attempt at 195. So she will be your champion here in the women's high jump, clearing 192, 6'3" and a half. And there she is. Hug with her dad on Father's Day, too.
Happy Father's Day, Randall.
And some chanting going on as everybody's getting ready for the hot window here. And the high performance men's 5,000 meters is off and running. The wave light for this high performance 5,000 set for 13:55. Gabe Planty is your pacer. So yesterday we just saw around a 14-minute win for the open 5K. So we'll see if we can dip under that here as we've got Terwilliger singlet for the pacer.
It's just a fun name to say.
Terwilliger.
Probably bring it up again later.
You got to be careful on those Terwilliger curves when there's ice.
Luckily, it's June.
It's true.
And happy solstice. Happy Father's Day, happy solstice, the longest day of the year, but still, we wish it were longer because we want more. We want more track.
Well, we've got the hot window coming up still here. And the 5,000 meters, the final event in the high performance sections here as they come through in 66 for the opening quarter. And first racer in this wearing Adidas kit for the Mammoth Track Club.
ASICS.
And the men strung out down the home stretch as we come through once again in a 66. And that's Griffin Neal for the loop. And it looks like there might be two pacers out front. And Malachi Skroner in here from Nike Elite. 66 on that lap for him. Nathaniel Getachew and Aaron Gilliam for the loop as well.
Yeah, the first two athletes that we're seeing here on the screen have neither hip numbers nor bibs, so those are our pacers.
Malachi Schoenherr sitting here with Griffin Neal, your top racers. Neal on the outside in the black, and Schoenherr on the inside. And through 1,000 here in 2:47, another 66.7 on the clock. So 1,000 down, 4,000 to go. 10 laps remaining here in the 5,000 meters as everybody's strung out and the Pacers are doing a fine job staying on the lights. And we can see the results of that 1,500 down at the bottom of the screen with 3:35.6 for Jackson Hoey. Very nice closing in that 55-second quarter, and that looked like largely done down the backstretch. Final 200, I'd like to see a split of that as well.
22
seconds with a winning smile.
We're seeing wearing number 5 on his chest. That's former Pomona Pitzer Seichen great Cameron Hattler. Go Seichens.
All right. So really no orders change except we've got Griffin Neal running on the outside and Malachi Schoenherr on the inside. And they're running side by side, but we've got 66 seconds being clicked off like clockwork here, 66 high. And as we get to the bottom part of this straight, we will get to 1,600 meters. And Pacers are still out here as our front man, Terwilliger, pulls off.
That's Mr. Terwilliger to you, Jeff.
Mr. Terwilliger is my father's name.
4:25 through 1,600 meters for the leaders of this race. All athletes in the front looking very comfortable.
Nathaniel Getachew in that blue singlet in the third position too. Been sitting there for most of this race so far. And we got Jackson Kuchar in here from the University of Victoria with that V on his chest. Coming down from Canada. Griffin Neal again at the front. You can see a 66.3 for him. And now there's some separation being made as Griffin Neal is going with the pacer.
Fast-paced 5Ks are truly a war of attrition. It is a verifiable grind fest out there. And the ebbs and flows of how you're feeling are pretty extreme. But Griffin Neal right now, the only one to be firmly planted on the back of that pacer. This could be a very lonely, that's 2K down for the man from the Loop Elite, but we're coming up on 2,200 meters. 2,800 meters is a long way to go when you're at your limit.
Nathaniel Getachew looking like he wants to get up to Griffin Neal as well as he moves around Malachi Schoenherr. And the pack rolls through. Griffin Neal up front, and the Pacers still in there. So through 2,200 meters, that was a 67.5, 67.3 for Griffin Neal. And Neal, Pacer getting some space out front, and Getachew bringing Neal back to the pack. So they're recoupling right now in this 5,000 meter race. But still, blue singlet on blue lights out there. And we're getting a good look at the pacer in this race.
Pacer looks fantastic.
But we'll pull back and look at the field a little bit, and we could see some changes being made now as the Loop teammate comes up. And that looks like Aaron Gilliam.
Gilliam trying to help out his teammate Neil, taking a bit of those pacing duties on. Gilliam was sort of sitting in the middle back of that front pack, but now has put 5 meters into Neil over the last 100 meters. Thought Nathaniel Getachew maybe was going to take an opportunity when he caught Neil to make the move around and keep that momentum going.
66.9 there for Gilliam, and now Getachew goes to the front, or into the second spot with Gilliam
front of the
still out
chasers.
there.
Front of the chasers.
The Pacer's still out there as well. So Pacer's got a big lead onto Gilliam, and then Getachew reeling back Gilliam as we march our way down the backstretch. And as we get up to the finish line here, we'll be at 3,000 meters. So Gilliam around the bend, around Jerry's Trackside Tavern,
where everyone looks like they're having absolutely the time of their lives.
and they should be here at PTF. Getachew on the outside, moving his way back up to Gilliam, but Gilliam's still got a good amount of space on him as they reach 3,000 meters in 8:23. 68 seconds for Gilliam, so losing the pace a little bit there. Getachew, 68 seconds as well.
Yeah, those early gaps are going to disappear here pretty quickly, but I like to see what Gilliam did. That signals to me that he was feeling pretty good in those middle stages of the race. Going out, making his move to the outside of the lane, coaxing someone else to come take some of the pace. Let's work together, boys. The Pacers stepped off.
We'll see if we start to bunch here a little bit. Getachew at the front.
Getachew, Kuchar, Lautenschlager, Hattler.
About 9 minutes through 3,200. So we were at 4:25, so we got about 4:35 through that second 1,600. And Getachew at the lead now, as we thought he would be earlier in this race.
Here goes Pomona Pitzer's own Cameron Hattler.
Now we'll see what he can dictate here. As a 68.19 for him, and Getachew slows to 69 for that lap. Hattler at the lead. Getachew not letting him go. And we have Jackson Kuchar from Victoria in the third spot.
Now, D3 historian and legend Kirk Reynolds and Coach Kirk Reynolds, Coach Pomona Pitzer, has just informed me that Getachew was also a Pomona Pitzer alum 2 years prior to Cameron Hattler. So these guys shared the track, Strahill track, at Pomona College together, shared the hard yards up Mill.
Well now.
Put in a lot of miles together, so these teammates are taking it to the field. Let's go Sage Hens.
And you were a Harvey Mudd guy, right, Will?
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's what I have tattooed on my hip.
Claremont.
Yeah, that too.
All right.
All embodied in one. So it's Hattler and Getachew running 1-2 right now. Feeling inspired by witnessing the Division III national record by Lance Sabaski here last night in the steeplechase. Hattler and Getachew starting to drive this pace a little bit further. I mean, we're doing 69s now, but as we talked about earlier, the 5K just being this war of attrition. These guys just holding on for dear life, giving everything that they have. Coming up to the final kilometer of the high-performance 5K here. Let's see what's in store. The pride of Pomona Pitzer running 1-2 right now.
4 men down the track. They're taking on the Canadian in third, Jackson Kuchar, Jeff Lautenschlager. In that black singlet, moved his way up to that front pack. And clicking off 69 for that last quarter. So Cameron Hattler, they're sticking under 70s at this point, but we went from 66s to 67, 68s, and now 69. So we'll have to see who wants this thing.
And as the pace is slipping ever so slightly at the front, here goes Getachew around Hattler. It's bringing other athletes into the mix. Josef Burhan, Guillermo Kurtz, both of those athletes starting to be able to feel that front pack in front of them.
And there's opportunity there too, as these men at the front have been working hard to keep this pace.
And we're seeing Lautenschlager make a big move around the outside, going past Kuchar, going past Hattler, coming up on the shoulder of Getachew, putting himself in a position to win. The win is an all-important thing here at the Portland Track Festival. This is what we value more than anything, is a win. Fast times are lovely, but wins are forever.
That's right. Lautenschlager knows that. We've seen him come to this race before, and he knows this facility well. He takes the lead now with a whole pack behind him. And Josef Berhan now getting onto that pack on the outside. You can see him in the blue top, the light blue top, moving up into second place. Lautenschlager at the front, and now there's the bell. Lautenschlager at the lead. And now he's going to try to pour this out over the final quarter. 66.9, the fastest lap in a while. And Berhan, 66.4. Lautenschlager pushing down the back straightaway, and he's getting a big gap. As we see another move being made into second position. That's Joseph Myers. And Joseph Myers has his sights set on Lautenschlager now. But Lautenschlager still with the lead.
Lautenschlager moving so fiercely right now, he just ran out of his hip numbers. Watch those fly over the track. There's a lucky souvenir for a fan. Lautenschlager with 100 meters to go, timing this finishing kick to perfection, blasting his way down the home stretch. He will not be caught. This is going to be the winner of the final 5,000-meter high-performance heat.
Lautenschlager 13:58 unofficially. 13:59.5. He just dips under that 14-minute mark. 59.5 on the close as well, and a PR.
Unbelievable finish from Lautenschlager. 59.5. Joseph Myers now, again, not sure if these numbers are correct, just dropped his personal best from 14:58 to 14:03.67. That would be a huge PB.
That would be ridiculous.
Josef Berhan also just dropped his personal best from 14:15 to 14:03. Great finish from him there over the final 100 or 200 meters. Nathaniel Getachew coming in fourth. Jackson Kuchar, another PB for him. The athlete from the University of Victoria closing in 63 to run 14:04. And Cameron Hattler rounding out that duo from Pomona Pitzer, running 14:07 for sixth place. What a great final few laps that we had in that 5K.
What a run there.
That's freaking fantastic.
That was awesome. Lautenschlager takes that victory, dipping under 14 for the first time. And he'll be rewarded with a log round of his own. And the final section of the high performance. Before we turn our attention to the hot window, we are coming to you from the broadcast mics now into the stadium. Jeff Merrill here with Will Lear as well. Before we start, we're going to take a moment to recognize a dear friend of ours. 2 weeks ago, the track world lost an incredible talent and a good friend. Kieran Olenard was a World Championships finalist in the 1500, representing Ireland. He was an Olympian, but more than that, he was a great, great friend of mine, and one who had an impact on many people's lives. He was a noticeable presence on the track, an incredibly unique personality, and someone who fought to truly be themselves and connect with others. He could have a laugh with anybody he wanted. He could sit down and talk with them, and they were important to him in the moment because they were with him and enjoying life with him. He leaned into what made him different, and his legacy should be to challenge us all to do the same, because what makes us different becomes our talent. Will.
There have been some beautiful tributes to Kieran, and try as we might, there are no words that fully encapsulate the sadness and grief that accompany losing someone far too early. One certainty is that we will miss you, Kieran. We'll miss your smile, your wit, your contagious spirit and energy that made even your most far-fetched ideas seem both reasonable and attainable. Rest easy, my friend.
So we're going to take a moment of silence here for Kieran, but then we're going to play a piece of music that was set and composed by Kieran with some of his words woven in over the top. So if you please take a moment of silence silence for Kirano Leonard.
I think when you sometimes see sporting icons or when you see athletes run well or play soccer well, and you put them on this pedestal, it can sometimes be hard for the kid growing up to feel like it's them. It just feels like a dream. And you need to dream. But sometimes you need that dream to feel realistic also, and I think sharing a little bit of my story, I do hope that there would be, doesn't even have to be a generation of Irish athletes, just one. Who stares at the TV and watches it and says, I can do that. I can do that. I can do that. And you need to dream.
You're not gone if you're not forgotten, Kieran, and we won't forget you. And we'll carry your energy with us into this hot window. So right now, we're getting into the hot window. This is what everybody's been waiting for here at the Portland Track Festival, and what we've waited 365 days plus a week to get to. And right now, Hell's Bells is being played in the stadium. AC/DC cranking as the sun sets over the trees, and we get shade in the electric forest. And you can see the steeplechasers lining up. As we do that, we are welcoming our Rose City Sportsnet audience here, watching live in Portland on TV. And welcome to the Portland audience. You're about to witness the hot window at the Portland Track Festival, and we have the steeplechase off and running right now as two-time Portland Track Festival champ Bernard Couture takes the lead. And an 8:13 man himself. Keeter won in 2019 and he won in 2021, and he's got his teammate Anthony Rotich on his shoulder.
We can't say enough about the excitement and the caliber of athletes that we have set to race here tonight in the hot window at Griswold Stadium at Lewis and Clark College on the south side of Portland, Oregon. Beautiful Portland, Oregon. We have a perfect night of weather and an even better night of racing.
Yeah, Bernard Couture, 13:26 this year in the 5K at the Brian Clay Invitational. He's run 8:31 for steeplechase, so he's a bit off his best. 8:16, correct myself from earlier. 8:13 is the best of Rotich, his teammate behind him. But we know that Keeter loves the electric forest and always looks to bring his A game here as he approaches the pit for the first time and is over cleanly.
Yeah, you can sort of see the cream rise to the top here early in this race. Obviously, the time requested by these athletes is being indicated by the pace lights that are down along the track. So if you're tuning into us on Rose City Sports, and this is the first time that you've ever seen the wave lights, this is new technology in track and field, folks. These athletes can request any pace that they want throughout a race, and those lights will dictate to them just how fast they need to run. That's why you're going to see athletes like Bernard Keeter looking down at the track a little bit more frequently than they probably would otherwise, just to make sure that they are firmly placed in the pace lights. Keeter now out front by about 10 meters over his teammate and Army compatriot, Anthony Rotich.
And we see those pace lights set for 8:15 pace here. Last year, the meet record of 8:13 set by Isaac Updike in an inspirational performance there. Awesome. The steeplechase, traditionally competed on Saturday here at the Portland Track Festival, has been moved inside the hot window. So this is the first time that we've seen Keeter race in the hot window here in the electric forest, and he gets to feel that energy.
Absolutely. Keeter taking full advantage of the fans in the stands, pounding their feet, clapping their hands, and giving him the love that he deserves. This man is a very accomplished runner in his own right, and he seems up to the task, Jeff, tonight to attack of at least a season's best, if not a personal best.
And he's got a good gap on the field right now. Keeter out front.
We're about 1 kilometer into this race at this point. Bernard Keeter all alone at the front with about a 50-meter gap back to the rest of the field. One of the joys, I've never run the steeplechase personally, but I know that one of the joys is that when you are by yourself, all you need to focus on is that next barrier, which they come at about 80-meter increments or 70-meter increments around the track. So Bernard Keeter's got his eyes on the lights, and then he's got his eyes up on that next barrier as he approaches the water pit for the 3rd time.
And here he comes around the bend up to the water. And a beautiful jump. Looks effortless out there. He's over it cleanly as his teammate here, Rotich, leads the 2nd pack. And over as well. And that's Caleb Jarema in 3rd place there outside of Anthony Rotich. So he's trying to get up to Keeter as well, but Keeter got a huge lead on this field right now with a 67 on that 400 meters. And we have 4 laps remaining here in this race, so that's a lead that looks insurmountable at this moment, but anything could happen in this steeplechase.
Nothing is impossible, and Bernard Keeter continues to set a very hot pace at the front of this 3,000-meter steeplechase race in the hot window here. But we are going to very likely get to hear one of the all-time greats in the high jump give us an interview with our very own David Ribich.
And we're going to send you down to the living room right now with David Ribich and Vashti Cunningham.
We're here in the center of the track with the inaugural high jump champion, Vashti Cunningham. You cleared the bar set at 192. For those in the stands that don't do meters, 192, 6 feet, 3.5 inches here at the inaugural high jump at Portland Track Festival. Talk about the energy and the atmosphere here for competition.
I think the atmosphere is great. It's perfect weather. I love to hear everybody cheering, see everybody running by. I would love to come back for this competition again and do the same thing.
You have the meet record, 192. Now that it's set, I saw you here with a couple people. Who are you here with today just to kind of set up this Sunday?
I am here with my dad, who's my coach, so I was like, perfect. This is his Father's Day gift. Maybe I'll get a meet record, get a win, give that to him, and my mom and my sisters.
Perfect. Well, it was a family outing, but then now you are the champion here. Let's give a warm welcome and a round of applause for Vashti Cunningham, the inaugural high jump women's champion here at the Portland Track and Field Festival.
Thank you, Dave, and it's great to hear from Vashti. She said happy Father's Day, and of course her dad, Randall Cunningham, quarterback, great for the Vikings. But we're back on the track here, and we see Bernard Keeter out and running, and still got a massive lead on this field. Inside 2 laps to go in this 3,000-meter steeplechase, and he's looking to take a log round once again in the electric forest, which would be his 3rd.
3rd time's the charm, 3rd time's the wheel. Once, twice, 3 times the winner would be Bernard Keeter here tonight in this 3,000-meter steeplechase. Bernard Keeter letting those lights get away from him ever so slightly, but this race is his and his alone. It is very lonely there at the top for Bernard Keeter, but he is doing a fantastic job just maintaining focus when it would be so easy at this point in the race to let it slip. And so much can happen in the steeplechase, as we know, if you lose focus. It is maybe the most dangerous event in track and field. And there goes Bernard Keeter again, safely and smoothly over the hurdle on the home stretch. But now we're getting a charge, a late charge here from hip number 9. And that is Jason Renz. Jason Renz from the Sting Track Club moving into 2nd place, moving quickly away from all the others in that pursuant pack.
As we hit the bell here, and it looks like Keeter still striding out, but maybe stepping off the gas a little bit because he knows he has a massive lead, and this win is very likely in the bag if he could just stay on his feet. But like you said, charging with a full head of steam, Jason Renzi here.
This race is not yet over. Bernard Keeter can't get complacent because Renzi is running with a head full of steam. As you said, Jeff, he is moving with a lot of quickness down the backstretch. But one of the things he needs to be careful of is that he doesn't go too fast and trip over one of these hurdles. He's probably never run a lap of the steeplechase this fast in his life. Bernard Keeter over the water pit for the final time, but here comes Renzi. Do we have a race on our hands?
This race is anything but over. Look at Keeter as they swing around the curve in front of Jerry's Trackside Tavern. We got Renzi coming up on Keeter's heels. Can Keeter hold on to this for his third victory at the Portland Track Festival? It's Keeter and Renzi, and just now Keeter throws in a surge and is able to maintain the win. 8:32 for Bernard Keeter, taking the victory here in the Electric Forest for the third time. And I believe 3 is the most that anybody has ever won a hot window section in the Portland Track Festival.
Yeah. The surprise there that we saw from Bernard Keeter, and you can see it here as we look at the replay over the final 100 meters. He thought he had that thing absolutely locked up, and then little did he know, probably from the fans in the stands, that Renzi was coming quickly. He had to dig deep and find that extra gear that champions have. And Renzi, again, we saw this earlier in the day with a couple of different races. Bernard Keeter comes away with the win, and Jason Renzi comes away with that second place, but a shiny new personal best of 8:33.83. A 61-second close on his final circuit of the track.
Wow, incredible. So 69 on the close for Keeter, able to hold on, and then 61, of course, for Renzi there. And we will see them compete next year for a World Championship spot, as the World Championships are contested again in 2027 in Beijing, and then everybody gets ready for the Olympics, of course, in LA in 2028. But a hug and a log round, a third one that he can put on the shelf. And he's the only man that can say that.
You know, they say with all these bricks you could build a house. What is he going to build with all these log rounds? Also a house, maybe?
Yeah, you could do that. This is lumber country out here. That's why we give them log rounds here. You should see our beautiful airport. Of course you did coming in here.
Of course I did. The new Portland airport is a thing of beauty.
And we have the women's steeplechase next up on the track. Rose City PT women's steeplechase. And a storied history this event has here in Portland, with a meet record held by Courtney Frericks, the Olympic silver medalist. 9:21 meet record here. This year's race, top entrant is Olympian Marissa Howard, her first race back after a year off. She was a Paris Olympian in a breakout race running 9:07 at the Olympic trials in Eugene. And she's there, hip number 4 on the line. Logan Jolly also in this race, 9:26 runner, and she's in the blue ASICS kit on the line.
Wearing hip number 8 there on the right side of your screen.
The other top competitor, Rachel Anderson of the Minnesota Distance Elite, 9:28 runner.
So with a field of this pedigree, it does appear as though these women have secured a pacer. Unsure how far that athlete will go.
And the pacer is the athlete on the outside without hip numbers on. She's in the blue bottoms and black top. And the official is giving them their instructions as they're about to embark on this 7.5 lap journey, 3,000 meter steeplechase. 7 times over the barrier, the water pit. And this event, of course, gets its name from the British history of track and field, as athletes used to race across the countryside from town to town, over creeks and over fences, and they would chase the church steeples in the distance. Now brought to the track. We throw some barriers on the track, and we've got a water pit to emulate the creeks of the British Isles. And we still have a beautiful steeple here at Lewis and Clark College that sits over the track. And off and running here in the Rose City PT 3,000 meter women's steeplechase. Marissa Howard's first run here since her Olympic year in 2024. And she's never taken a victory here in the Electric Forest.
Another thing I'll be looking at here is the athlete from Calvin College, the maroon uniform there, Sophie Bull. Sophie Bull is the Division III national champion in this event, also holds the second fastest time ever run by a Division III athlete. Last night we saw Lance Sabaski break the Division III collegiate record, running 8:37. So will we see more fireworks, Division III fireworks here in this race from Sophie Bull?
Exciting races last night, especially in that steeplechase. We had the 10,000 meter championships last night, 25 laps on the track for both men and women. Christopher Gibbons coming away with the win on the men's side in the 10,000, 27:55. And Chinese athlete Wu Ga-he coming away with the victory, 31:53 on the women's side, 10,000 meters. But out here you can see the wave lights set for 9:20 with the green lights and 9:40 for the white lights. 9:20 would be a meet record held by Courtney Frericks at 9:21. And
we just had a very scary fall from Rachel Anderson from the Minnesota Distance Elite coming out of the water pit there. Looked like she sustained an injury. As we were talking about earlier in the men's race, the steeplechase is such a brutal event. The forces that your body withstands over each of these barriers and then propelling yourself off of the water barrier is immense. Marissa Howard seeming as though she is up to the task of matching the move of any of the athletes in this race, and we saw a big one made by Rachel Anderson there, but now Howard alone in the front. And with her credentials, you'd say that she's the class of the field.
Howard out front and pushing the pace now, the Olympian. And as they're running, we're going to stay on the screen, but we're going to send it down for an interview with our winner, Bernard Keeter.
You saw him in the last race, lead from the front in the men's 3,000 meter steeplechase. Bernard Keeter, your winner here. How was that race for you out in front here in the Electric Forest?
So I love the Electric Forest, and coming here, it's always, I love coming here since 2019, and it gives me a great effort preparing for nationals.
You've been a champion here before, correct me if I'm wrong, but you've been here 3 times. You may be one of the most recognized champions here at the Portland Track Festival. So what makes you want to come back here year after year, put on a show, and get this plaque of wood to go home with you?
Oh, like I said earlier, I came here the first time in 2019, and then I won it. And then with COVID wrecking the world in 2020, 2021, I came here. I got a standard that sent me to Olympics, and since then, I love coming here.
So if I got that right, you got your Olympic standard that helped you qualify for the Olympic team with the help from Portland Track Festival.
Yes, sir. That's I came here, got the PR, which was crazy by then, like 8:22, and then I ran, I think, 8:20, and then went to national, get second, and went to Tokyo.
Well, we won't take credit for the hard effort of it, but we're always here ready to support you, Bernard Keeter. Let's give him a round of applause. You're a champion here. Also giving credit to the Electric Forest for his 2021 Olympic standard that got him there to Tokyo. Portland Track Festival fan favorite, Bernard Keeter.
And Marissa Howard out front here, still pushing this pace. And she obviously took a look at Bernard Keeter's race out there and said, I'm going to get myself that kind of gap too, try to hang on to it to the finish.
And sometimes in events like this in the steeplechase, you know, athletes of Marissa Howard's caliber, it's about getting the reps in. It's about practicing coming to the facility early, doing your warm-up, putting your uniform on, standing at the start line, feeling all of those nerves. And so, what her goals are today is probably just to come out here and get this log round. And she looks fantastic right now going down the backstretch that she gets with every stride is distancing herself away from the rest of the field.
And as we said, as an off year, there are no world championships this year, so athletes are just stepping to the line, trying to take wins and hone their craft before we get to those championship seasons of 27 and 28, the Olympics in LA. But Howard, like you said, looking to add some hardware to her shelf here. She's never won in the electric forest before, and that would be a nice feather in her cap. We can see wave lights have been added too. The red is 10 minutes on the screen. We got a blue light for 10:20 also. Her athletes shooting for those times. But Howard ahead of the white light. She's ahead of 9:40 pace.
Yeah, Marissa Howard, we saw her make a pretty noticeable shift in pace over the last 400 meters. Really opting to challenge herself and see what she has left in the tank. Is she going to empty it fully out here, or is she going to just leave a little bit like Bernard Keeter had to do in that last race when the challenge came late over the last lap?
And she's testing herself here, obviously taking a year off, getting back into the mix. So first race back, just seeing what she can do, and it looks like she can do a whole lot out here on the track. As she keeps distancing herself from those white lights as well as the pack. And there's a trio behind her of Emily Papour, Minnesota Distance Elite, Logan Jolly, and Jenna Melanson.
Marissa Howard's story from the Olympic trials in 2024 was truly one of the feel-good moments of those championships down in Eugene, where she ran, I believe it was something in the realm of a 20-second personal best to come away with the third and final qualification spot to punch her ticket to the Paris Olympics. And again, these qualifiers that we use to describe athletes in the sport of track and field, Olympian, is something that you will never be able to take away from someone. That OLY on your LinkedIn profile is pretty unique.
And 9:07 puts her as one of the fastest Americans of all time as well. So a treat for everybody in the crowd to see an athlete of that caliber racing on the track here tonight. And we're inside 2 laps to go now for Howard. And keeping it together nicely as she's extending her lead on the field. That was a 76 lap for her. 76 seconds, which is about 5:04 pace for those of you at home, 5:04 per mile. And Papour in second, Minnesota Distance Elite. Now Logan Jolly moves up into that second place. So everybody here looking for those World Athletics bronze level points too. You'll get 1 through 6. 1 through 6 puts you in the prize purse. And then you get points all the way down to 8th. The most going to the winner here, which right now, Marissa Howard looks like she's got that in the bag. And here's Howard on the home stretch. And she's got her eyes up looking at that line. This is the second to last time we'll see her on the home stretch as she approaches the bell lap. And you hear it ring now. Over that first barrier of the final lap. And we've got a lead change once again in that second position. Logan Jolly comes back up to chase Marissa Howard. Jolly in second place. Emily Papour in third. And then Jenna Melanson.
As Marissa Howard has increased her pace over the last couple of laps, I've seen a couple stutter steps as she approaches the barriers with, again, as we sort of saw in that previous race with Renzi, at a pace with which she probably hasn't done so in practice recently. But again, this is great practice and a great effort from Marissa Howard to get her first steeplechase of the season under her belt.
And Howard coming up to the last time over the pit here and getting through, both feet in that time. But she's keeping it together, and here comes Logan Jolly in second place. And a big final lap from Logan Jolly as she's trying to distance herself from Papour from Minnesota there. And here's Marissa Howard onto the home straightaway. And now no barriers separate her from the finish line. And the crowd will let her hear it as she gets there. in 9:37 high unofficially. Marissa Howard will be your champion here. 9:38.2 on the clock for Howard in her first race back in 2026. And then Logan Jolly coming up for second in 9:45. And Emily Papour taking that bronze level position, 9:49. And a PR personal record there for Jenna Mellinson, 9:54. She takes 2 seconds off of her best. And Layla Robke gets 10:01, just outside of that 10-minute mark, but a season's best for her. And there's Howard there. She's going to get her log round.
You see the pride of these athletes as they grip onto these tokens of success here as we go back to the final stages, the final 50 meters of Marissa Howard's race. She cleared that last barrier with ease and then powered through the finish line. You can definitely see that she was tired at the finish of this race, as you would be expected after almost 2 miles of jumping over barriers and through water. But Marissa Howard, great to see her back in good form, healthy racing. 9:38.20 for her with the victory here at the 2026 Portland Track Festival.
And with the steeplechases in the books, now we make our way through the hot window. Next up on the track, we'll have the women's and men's 800-meter races, starting with the women. And we've seen a number of great athletes take wins here in the Electric Forest in this event over the years. The meet record in this event held by Nia Akins at 1:58.04. Last year's champion, Jess Hull, ran 1:58.69 to take the victory here. The Olympic medalist in the 1500, the Australian athlete Jess Hull. Raven Brotchers, another Olympic medalist, has taken a couple wins here. And many others down the line. An international event here for sure, as we had Australian Jess Hull take victories, Canadians take victories here. We've had Australians, or another Georgia Griffith, an Australian. And we'll see a great field assembled on the line tonight. We'll move our way through the 800 meters, and then we'll go to the 5,000 meter races, and then of course we're going to cap off the evening with the pinnacle events every year, the women's and men's 1,500 meter races. And we've seen some incredible races over the years in those, especially when athletes step on the pace from the beginning here.
Lightning on the track and fire out of their heels, Jeff, is what we're expecting to see later today. But right now we're just in a bit of a calm moment before the chaos really does begin to hit this track. These 800-meter heats are full of talent, full of capable athletes, a lot of them just sort of knocking on the door of what we would all consider as all-time great marks.
And we have the Shamrock Run Fest women's 800 meters here. Of course, the Shamrock Run Fest, the biggest running event in Portland every year in March. And they host a team-scored competition in the 8,000 meter race, the 8K on the roads there. So we're just taking a 0 off of that, and we're going to have an 800 meter race here on the track.
Yeah, same.
And we can see the women getting their instructions here before they take the line. Kaylee Politza in this race with a personal best of 2 flat 94. Fanny Arendt from Texas Tech, 2 flat 83. Taya Shelby in here, who earlier this year ran 2 flat 02.
Taya also ran on the mixed relay at the World Indoor Championships this year for Team USA. So dropping down in distance there to work on her speed through the indoor season. Most of the time in indoors you see athletes go up in distance working on their strength, but Taya electing to do something, which I respect greatly, fun.
And
Crazy idea.
Dabbled in the 400 in college as well.
Yes.
51 athlete there. Honor Finley in this race, who's competed in the Portland Track Festival twice before. She's taken 2 fourth-place finishes here. Never gotten on the podium, but we'll see what she can do today as we are off and running. And the wave light for this race set for 1:59. Athletes looking to get under that 2-minute mark.
Out to an early lead here is Leah Miller. Very successful NCAA career at Baylor. Miller loves to front run these races, loves to get out hard. She's been knocking on the door of the 2-minute barrier for a few years now. We'll see if she has it in the cards tonight. This weather has gone from good to great as we aren't seeing any movement in the trees surrounding Griswold Stadium. The pacemaker right now doing a fantastic job up front. Aaliyah Miller running as the first of the finishers with Taya Shelby right on her shoulder. All of these athletes very well know each other. They know how they like to run. Honor Finley trying to go around the outside of Shelby. Shelby making the pass of Aaliyah Miller as the rabbit steps off the track just before the 400-meter mark.
And Shelby to the front, 57 seconds through the opening quarter, so a fast split here as Finley is in second. And keep your eye on the outside to that athlete in the teal uniform. That's Michaela Meyer. She ran 1:58 a few years back, NCAA champion, and looking to regain that form.
Taya Shelby in the form of her life, as you said, Jeff, running 2:02 just a couple weeks ago in Guelph in Canada. And here comes Michaela Meyer trying to challenge Shelby for the lead of this race. 600 meters reached in about 1:28, 1:29. So what do these ladies have left in their legs?
Meyer pushing Shelby at the front now. Shelby still maintaining the lead. And here comes Hannah Ballo in third place as well. But Meyer looking to make a pass outside into lane 2.
Oh, no!
We've had a collision. Ballo and Shelby go down. It is Meyer at the front now after that terrible catastrophe there on the track. But this is all Meyer as she's moved out into lane 2, and she'll break the tape here in 2:01 for the win of the Shamrock Run Fest women's 800 meters. 2:02.16 for the victory. As we see the athletes, Hannah Ballo and Taya Shelby jogging into the finish, getting tangled with 100 meters to go. You hate to see that.
Yeah, that's really upsetting. Ballo tried to make a move on Shelby on the inside, and Shelby closed the door, and there was just a collision. And these things happen in races. It's never intentional, but Michaela Meyer, coming away with the log round, and we see here, there goes that fall. Michaela Meyer was in third place at the time, and like that, in the blink of an eye, she's in first with nothing but clear track in front of her as she charges towards the finish line, closing extremely well over the final meters of this race. It's great to see her in good form, coming away with the win in 2:02.16.
And it looked like there was just maybe a step on the rail there on the inside as the pack started to get bunched up with 100 meters to go. But quickly now, we turn our attention to the running warehouse, men's 800 meters. And this is another storied event here at PTF. Earlier this evening, we saw a 1:45 victory in the high performance sections. And what will we see here on the track tonight? Last year, an incredible result with the return of Donovan Brazier. Welcome back to the Electric Forest. Last year we saw an incredible result here in the men's 800 meters with the return of Donovan Brazier.
The triumphant return of Sir Donovan Brazier.
Hitting the gas on the back straight, running 1:43.81. Time that he hadn't seen in a few years, and he has since reduced that time to 1:42.
Yep.
Here on the track, we see Craig Engels, a two-time champion in the 1,500 meters, and he's stepping to the 800.
Always a fan favorite is Craig Engels in the mix. This guy has been at the top ranks of U.S. middle distance running for a very long time, finishing 4th in both the 800 and 1,500 meters at the 2021 Olympic trials. Craig Engels is going to try his hand here. Expect to see him go out roughly near the back of this pack, but that strength of the 1,500 meters will propel him towards the front in the final stages. Also in this field, we've got 2021 Olympian Isaiah Jewett.
143 man in the field, and you can see him in the 3rd position right now. As Travis Thompson, the pacer, is pulling them through. And the pace for this slated at 144. So we have Christian Jackson in 2nd position, wearing that yellow kit, Nike top. And Christian Jackson goes to the front now, getting through in 50 point for the first quarter, 50-18. So a low 50, and Isaiah Jewett right behind him, 50.6. And James Harding in 3rd position.
Christian Jackson, the Hokie. This is, I believe, his professional debut, rocking that Nike kit, looking very strong down the backstretch, making the move around the pacer. Again, those are the types of moves that you love to see from athletes. That shows confidence. But Jewett has been having a very strong season here in 2026, following closely on the heels of Jackson. What does Jackson have left over the closing stage of this race? Alex Amankwa there in 4th with Shane Cohen, the fast closing Shane Cohen, NCAA champion from last year, trying to find some space on the home stretch. We have Jackson and Jewett and Harding.
Harding on the outside. Christian Jackson on the inside. Who's it going to be? Shane Cohen going up for 3rd, but this is Christian Jackson coming to the line in a 144 victory, 144.74, and a personal best for the man making his pro debut. James Harding coming up for 2nd, 144.94, another personal best for him. And then Shane Cohen, 145.05. Patrick Hilby, 145.95. And I think a good result for Craig Engels here as well, 146.38 down the list. But
Definitely.
146.11, so he put himself in it up through 600 meters, and they got through in probably 116 high.
Those are the times that you want to see in the 800, and you just hope that you have the legs through the final closing stages. But again, we are witnessing athletes run better than they ever have in the history of their athletic career. Christian Jackson winning that race with a very inspired run, being pushed to the line by James Harding, both coming with personal bests, 144.74 for Jackson and 144.94 for Harding. 2 sub-145 performances. And there's the smile and beautiful locks on your screen of none other than Craig Engels. What a great run from that man. Love to see him out on the track. Just a great ambassador for the sport.
Every single time. I hope he never retires out here, just keeps coming back, and we'll throw him in the hot window year after year after year. Giving a high five to Abel Tefra there, the young man who was in the 800-meter top heat as well. But yeah, it's a new game on the world stage for the 800 meters, and times are getting incredibly fast here. 144.7, a promising result for Jackson. As we move on to the DSC DREAMCELL women's 5,000 meter race, Jackson makes his way to the living room for an interview with Dave Ribich on the couch. Michaela Meyer is already down there. There's Jackson.
One of the joys of winning races on the track, on the professional circuit, is that you get selected for doping control. I believe that's what's happening with Mr. Jackson right now. He's being notified that it's been required of him to provide a sample just to ensure the cleanliness of our sport, which I think is very, very important. It's a good thing for us all to do. And there we have Jerry's Trackside Tavern, if you're in the stands, go on down there, join all your best friends, grab a drink, hoot and holler. Let these athletes know that you appreciate their efforts.
Yeah, it's a great place to be down here in the Electric Forest for the 2026 edition of the Portland Track Festival. We have the women, the 5,000 meters, stepping to the line on the backstretch for 12 and a half laps.
Of fun.
Hot window. And the top athlete in this field, most notable that we'll be discussing, Emily Mackay. And she's been on a tear this year, the 1,500 meter runner. She's run 2 Diamond League meets in China this spring. 3:59 for the 1,500 in both of those, or 3:58, excuse me. And then this last weekend, winning the LA Grand Prix, USC's campus running 3:59. But now she's going to test her strength over 5,000 meters, and I don't believe she has run an outdoor 5,000 in her career. She's run an indoor 5,000.
And she's run a very good indoor 5,000, Jeff. 14:45 to her name this year on the indoor track. Craig Engels, there you go, the fan favorite, enjoying a frosty beverage. We can only assume that that's non-alcoholic, Craig. We've got probably a little bit more work to do later in the day. But there's a reason that the people out here at Griswold Stadium just love Craig Engels, because he gives the people what they want.
I hope that man's got a wristband down there. Somebody check that.
Make sure he's 21 years old.
We know Craig was born in 1994, so he's clear. All right, lining up here, women's 5,000 meter runners. Also on the line we have Abby Nichols, who was our 10,000 meter champion last year at the Portland Track Festival. And we've got Roshin Flanagan, Irish athlete out here. She's got a 15:25 best. Riley Buse from Timberline Athletic Club on the line as well, representing the home squad. Timberline Athletic Club right out of Portland. Kyla Becker in here too, and she's a very strong athlete on the local scene, so it'll be fun to see her test her strength against this caliber of field. But out front we have our pacer Chloe Scrimger of the Brooks Beasts, and 2 pacers out there. But in that third position, that's Emily Mackay, and she's the Paris Olympian in the 1,500 meters, one of the fastest American women of all time at 1,500 meters. A wave light here for the DREAMCELL women's 5,000 meters set at 15:20.
Scrimger getting a little excited early on in this race. I think sometimes when pacers hear a prescribed pace, they think it's going to feel a lot faster than they're used to it feeling, because they have all the adrenaline and all the responsibility of pacing this race on their shoulders, firmly on their shoulders. But the second pacer here doing a great job for Emily Mackay. The pace being set for 15:20, it looks like, for the 5K.
And you wonder if this was something that was prescribed to have Scrimger go out like that in front of the blue pace lights. The blue pace lights are typically where the pacers sit as they roll by Jerry's Trackside Tavern there in this DREAMCELL women's 5,000 meters. This weekend at the Portland Track Festival, experience the power of DREAMCELL insoles from DSC, engineered with high-performance foam for exceptional comfort, responsiveness, and recovery. DREAMCELL is found in running shoes from some of your favorite brands. For over 80 years, DSC has been trusted by athletes around the world for quality foam solutions that help them perform at their best. DREAMCELL, built to dream, made to perform, engineered by DSC.
That was a great ad read. No notes.
All right, back to the racing here as Scrimger is now where she should be at the front of this pack, and 2 pacers leading Mackay. But it's Mackay and then Abby Nichols and Sam Nadel of the Athletic Club, DC. And a nice pack up there with 5 athletes in this 5,000 meter race. Clicking off 74-second laps. thereabouts.
Yeah, Emily Mackay had a fantastic indoor season, coming away with a medal at the World Indoor Championships held in Turin, Poland, over 3,000 meters. But Mackay here does seem to be very comfortable in that third position, and part of me wonders, is she doing this to help out her teammate Abby Nichols, sort of get her feet under her again in this competitive running scene, which is, sometimes it's so hard. You just need a good result on the board to reignite that belief in yourself, Jeff. And I feel like that's what we're seeing right now with Emily Mackay and Abby Nichols starting to inch their way away from Sam Nadell there, who's in the third finishing position. This gets a little confusing for the viewers on TV. We're seeing here, you have the two athletes up front, Chloe Scrimger being our first pacemaker. And then we have the athlete, I'm unsure of the athlete's name, in the Adidas kit. That's our second pacemaker. Emily Mackay with the number 4 on her chest is our first finisher, and that's her teammate right behind her, Abby Nichols, wearing hip number 10.
And now, the first pacemaker getting some distance out there as Scrimger still pacing the race. Mackay in second, Nichols in third. And they've separated themselves. As Sam Nadel is a little further back as this race develops over 12.5 laps. And Mackay, Nichols. Mackay now moving up as they pass Scrimger. And get back onto the first pacer. So another 74-second lap for Emily Mackay and Abby Nichols there.
All three of these athletes out front, they just look very comfortable and well within themselves. That this pace is challenging but not death-defying by any stretch. Emily Mackay, who's run, as we talked about earlier, substantially faster on the indoor track. But I will say, I believe that time was run at BU's indoor track,
Boston University,
which we all know produces artificially fast times. And it's very rare that athletes emulate those times when they go anywhere else. It's a very bouncy track, and the athletes go there just with heads full of steam, knowing that they're going to run really fast. And so it's great to see Emily testing herself out here today in an outdoor situation, which, she's had so much success in the 1500, Jeff. Do you think that her testing a 5K here, that's a relatively comfortable pace for her, is just saying, do we really want, is this where I want to go next in my career? I've sort of tried at the 1500 for so long, and the 1500 has gone to such places in women's running where, if you're not running 355, 354, 350, do you take those skill sets that she has, that sub 4 minute speed, and take that to the 5K?
You could be right. We have also seen where the 1500 has gone to, and it's very much a strength game across the globe too. So getting this kind of effort in, it can only help her 1500, I would think, especially as we get to the championship seasons and you have to work your way through the rounds. So I think her racing as much as she has this spring too is helping her do that, because we know she's a very strong athlete. You have to be if you're going to gain a medal in the 3,000 meters. But yeah, this is very cool to see her step up to the 5,000. And I will say that was a spicy take when it came to BU there, and I'm sure you ruffled some feathers across the track world as you said that. But
hey, prove me wrong. For everyone who has their personal best set at BU, what's their next fastest time on any other track? Prove me wrong.
The track was designed by Harvard professors for speed.
And they did a great job. Unfortunately, after this year, those times will not really be eligible for athletes to qualify for a World Championships or Olympic Games. So athletes are going to need to figure out how to run equally as fast, if not faster, in other venues. But back to the track here, we've got Emily Mackay running in second place, Abby Nichols in third, both still looking very comfortable on that last lap as we passed by Jerry's Tavern. I did see Emily Mackay sort of make a glance over. There's probably some fun little jars and heckles coming from the fans over there, having had a couple of pops, but she gave a smile to them. So she's having a good time out there on the track.
So within her comfort zone here, as we get to 2,600 meters on the track, and now it's just Mackay and Nichols running together out there on the track. teammates of the Union Athletics Club, coached by Pete Julian. Union Athletics Club, founded here in Portland, now situated in Colorado. And Mackay saying, hey, get behind me. Get up.
Emily Mackay, as we thought early in this race, trying to coax on her teammate Abby Nichols. Mackay also sort of had a resurgence over the last year, was with Coach Mark Coogan out in Boston, New Balance Boston, for the majority of the first part of her career. Let's call it part number 1. Part number 2, she's moved out to Boulder, Colorado, and joined famed coach Pete Julian in Union Athletics Club, who formerly located here in Portland, Oregon. But Mackay now under the tutelage of Pete Julian and beginning to make some big strides away from her teammate. Was that wave that we saw earlier, was that a come with me or a bye-bye, I got to go now?
Well, she's looking back once again, and we know Nichols a very strong runner too, a 15:03 best to her name in this distance. And like we said, last year's 10,000 meter champion here at the Portland Track Festival. But Mackay is sticking on those lights. That's her intention first and foremost. As she comes up here, and at the top of this straight, she will be at 3,000 meters. As we hear the rumbling in the stands below. Fans are stomping their feet for Emily Mackay.
You can see the Chief Fan Engagement Officer down there of Portland Track Festival, Dave Ribich, with that sign in his hands that says Stomp. He's helping bring the vibes here. 2K remain here for Emily Mackay. 5 laps of this oval, and she does just seem like she's out for a workout right now, Jeff. Out for a little Sunday stroll. She doesn't seem like she's being stretched at all by these wave lights.
Yeah, 73 seconds for that lap. 9:12 through 3,000 meters, and I think it's going to be fun to see what she can close this final 2K in. As we see Abby Nichols trying to stay in touch in that second spot.
Her coach back there, Pete Julian, in the white shirt and white hat, shouting encouragement, shouting some coaching orders at the athletes as they go by.
And look at the smile on her face. Oh, gives a thumbs up to Jerry's Tavern over there. And the fans love it.
The fans absolutely love it. I mean, it's great for the sport. It's great for this meet to have athletes of the caliber of Emily Mackay who come here. And this might be not an all-out effort for Emily. We have no idea what the rest of these laps have in store. But simply for her to come out and perform in front of this crowd is an inspiration. We saw the Wildwood Girls High School 1500. Those girls have to be inspired watching an athlete like Emily Mackay come out here with her pedigree, with her global medal prowess, being able to come out and just literally jog a 15:25K at times that are mind-blowing for the mere mortals. But Emily Mackay is making this look just so easy.
And Abby Nichols comes through behind her. She's clicking off. She went from 74 to 78 to 79 here in second place. And her teammate, Roshan Flanagan. So right now it's a Union Athletics Club 1-2-3. As Flanagan is catching up to Nichols in that third position. And then Charlotte Richmond running with Flanagan as well in that 3-4. And then Kyla Becker, the hometown hero, and she's ratcheting down the pace too. Running 75, 74, 73, 73 for her last few laps. But here, Mackay once again coming through 3,800 meters, and when she reaches the line here, she'll have 3 laps to go. On the green lights coming through.
And if you were wondering if Emily Mackay is having a good time, just look at her face every time she goes by Jerry's Tavern down there at about the 100-meter mark. Every time she passes it, she just starts looking forward to returning there about 400 meters later. Another thing that we love about this event, that we love about the Portland Track Fest, is if you look closely on the infield, you see athletes who have already competed or who are going to compete soon cheering on the athletes as they race. There's her coach, Pete Julian, on the right of your screen. They're just having a little chin wag down there on the backstretch, just having a conversation with one another, telling her that she's doing great. She's got a kilometer to go. Maybe we'll see how fast she can stretch this last kilometer. She inches past those wave lights, but you got to think that she's just looking forward to another trip by Jerry's.
Yeah. Everybody's looking forward to a trip to Jerry's Trackside Tavern here as Emily Mackay makes her way around once again, smiling And she climbs onto the home stretch once again. And Mackay is your clear leader at this point, followed by her teammates Abby Nichols. And now Kyla Becker continuing to move her way up too into third position. So it is Mackay clearly in front with a 72 on that lap. Inside 2 laps to go now. And Kyla Becker now into second, closing this down. So Becker moving all the way up, running 73s here out on the track. Last week at the Rose City Mile, Kyla Becker ran 4:40, negative splitting each one of her laps. So she's very strong right now, but nobody can contend with Emily Mackay out on the track.
And if you can hear it in our microphones now, the Chief Vibes Officer is getting a little bit of a we will rock you going with the stomp, stomp, clap down the home stretch. The fans are rumbling these stands, showing their love for Emily Mackay, who's coming up on 1 lap to go here in the women's 5,000 meters in the hot window.
And Mackay coming up to the line. We'll see what she can do over this final lap. She's clearly in the front. 14:04 with a 72-second lap. Out here with a commanding lead in the Electric Forest. And Mackay down on the backstretch right now inside her last lap here. She will win this race. Kyla Becker in second with a heroic effort. And she's 22 seconds back, but she's closing out her competition for third and fourth. And Mackay making her way around Jerry's for the final time and opening up her stride as she'll finish this race. So not looking strained at all, looking so strong. Emily Mackay sprinting towards the line now.
That was 11 controlled laps, Jeff, followed by 1 blitzing 1. When she went by Jerry's that final time, the smile was more of a grimace, but she comes away with the win nonetheless.
And a 15:10 on the clock, a 66-second close. Emily Mackay will take the victory. And she'll get the log round there as well. As here comes Kyla Becker, and she will claim second in 15:37. So Kyla Becker, 15:38.02. That is a 20-second PR for Kyla Becker, closing in 71. And Mackay there, posing with her log round. Roisin Flanagan, the Irish athlete, 15:45 for third. Union Athletics teammate of Emily Mackay. And Charlotte Richmond coming in for fourth, 15:48. And then Abby Nichols coming home in 16:02. Not her day at the office today, but there will be better days ahead. And Sierra Atkins, 16:18 on the clock. Daenerys Colon Maldonado, 16:21. The women are still coming across the line now. Mackay, 15:10.87. She will etch her name into the champions list here at the Portland Track Festival. 2026 is Portland Track Festival Women's 5,000 meter champion. As you can see the effects that 5,000 meter running has on athletes. Fantastic effort out there from everybody. And I'm so impressed by Kyla Becker, too, running 15:38, chopping 20 seconds off of her best.
That's a huge PB.
But now we turn our attention to the Paul Banta Memorial Men's 5,000 meters. And Paul Banta, of course, was the meet director of the Oregon Track Classic, which took place here in Portland for many years, and is the father, let's say, on Father's Day of the Portland Track Festival. And when the Oregon Track Classic no longer, well, at first it moved down to LA to the Home Depot Center, and then it no longer existed.
Potentially the hottest track on planet Earth.
But now taking its place is the Portland Track Festival. And this race is named for Paul Banta, and thank you to the Willamette Valley Track Club for supporting Portland Track Festival after all these years, and recognizing this race in memoriam of Paul Banta. But we see on the screen Suguru Osako, the Japanese great. He's the national record holder in this event, and he's since moved to the marathon. He's a great 2:05 marathoner. He's run 13:08 in his prime for 5,000 meters. And a number of years ago, in 2021, we saw him win the 10,000 here at the Portland Track Festival in the hot heat, and then jump back on the track and run the B heat as well, almost winning the B heat. So that's 50 laps on the track in one night.
Comical. Also, just a show of mental strength that we don't see in a lot of athletes, and testament to why he's so good at the marathon.
It was amazing to watch. Another man of note on the track here, Joey Barriatua.
Joey Bags.
Better known as a steeplechaser, stepping to the line here, and he's a new father as well. Happy Father's Day to Joey. There he is. Adrian Diaz Lopez in this race as well, 13:35 runner this year. And Tyrone Gorsey, local Oregon athlete here, a high school great from Crater High School. And the men are getting their instructions now and stepping to the line. And we're off and running here in the championship section of the men's 5,000 meters. A little pushing and shoving there as they get their positions.
To be expected with a field size of 21.
And the wave light here set for 13:30. Jordan Cross in this race as well in the red, white, and blue kit. He's come here, run a steeplechase a time or two as well. Won the B heat of the steeplechase a number of years ago. And the pacer out on the lights once again. Athletes trying to figure out whether they should go with him.
The suggested pace of this race, 13:30. As we said last night, almost any of the races here at the Portland Track Festival this weekend would win your local turkey trot, but 13:30 would absolutely take the cake. A couple athletes looking that 13:30 would be a big personal best for them in this field, and others it would be not anywhere near it. One of those athletes, Suguru Osako, now running in third position with the hat and the, is that Li Ning speed suit?
It looks like it out there.
Or Anta. I don't know that logo.
Osako in that third position on the track.
I will say that ever since my comment earlier on BU, my phone has been buzzing with a number of examples of athletes who have run faster, not on BU, but of the million PRs that exist from that track, it's a statistically insignificant number as far as I'm concerned.
I told you you were going to get some heat for that.
Yeah, that's fine. I never raced there. That's why I have that take.
You wish you did, though, didn't you?
My PRs would be so much faster.
Adrian Diaz-Lopez in there in front of Suguru Osako. And the pacer out front. It looks like maybe representing some binoculars company with his T-shirt on.
Seek, I am imagining beneath that bib number it says, and destroy. That's my hope. One can hope.
All right, it's probably a video game or a band that I'm not aware of. I'm a dad now. Father's Day here.
I neither have time for video games nor bands. Do you think that's why our parents listen to the same music that they listened to from roughly about the time that you were born? It's like, I have no time to find anything new. This music gives me joy, and that's what I'm going to listen to for the rest of my life.
And now I listen to that music too. Diaz-Lopez there in second, Suguru Osako, Aiden O'Gorman, and Matt Talbot. And everybody's strung out, comfortable to sit at this pace that's being delivered to them by Mr. Seek.
Preferably not Mr. Destroy.
But rolling through, that was 3 laps. And 64s being clicked off here. And bib 17, or number 17 out there, Tyro Gorsey, you can see in the sequenced piping top, wearing the singlet of the Butter Boys Athletic Club. He's running on the outside of Joey Barriatua.
And doesn't he look smooth?
It's smooth like butter around the track, that's right. But no movement right now in the order, as in the early goings of this 5,000 race, everybody's comfortable with staying in their position, not wanting to waste too much energy to move around each other.
The first mile of a 5K is always a preamble. It is the setting the stage for the fireworks of the later parts of the race. Who will be the hero? Who will be the villain? Who might be your unlikely champion? Will they rise from the ashes, the proverbial phoenix?
And we're 4:19 through 1600 here, so not a slow pace.
Absolutely not.
As we continue to roll.
The men continue to click off 64 to 65 second laps with ease.
As we do so, we're going to send you down to the living room, Emily Mackay.
We're here at the center of the track with Emily Mackay, winner of the women's 5,000 meter high performance DSC DREAMCELL race. Incredible run, 5:10. Talk about that feeling.
Yeah, it was incredible. The Pacers did a great job. It felt really smooth, and I was out there racing with my teammates for the first time, and yeah, I just had a great time. The crowd was also incredible. Apparently we lost sound during that. I didn't even realize because of how rowdy the crowd was getting on that last bend before the last 100 meters, so super thankful for that.
A special shout out for those fans in the stands. Emily not even able to notice that the sound cut out because you guys were the sound and you were the energy. Even Jerry's Trackside Tavern brought the energy. And so what does it mean to be able to race here in Portland and just continue a great run here for 2026?
Yeah, it means a lot. This was my first time racing here in the Electric Forest in Portland. I've done cross country, but I've never run a track race here, so it was super special. I'm happy to be here.
Well, congratulations on your first run and your first place here as the 5,000 meter champion. Sign the table of champions, and welcome to the Electric Forest. This is Emily Mackay. One more round of applause for the women's 5,000 meter winner.
Thanks, Dave, and thanks, Emily. We're back in the 5,000 now, and we're starting to get some movement here as the pacer has stepped off, and Diaz-Lopez is in the front, with Suguru Osako still in that armchair position in second, and Aiden O'Gorman on the inside, but Gorsey of the Butter Boys there He's moved his way onto the outside in that 4th position. And we'll see, we were running 65s, but the pace has slowed now since the pacer stepped off to 67s. And we'll see if Diaz Lopez wants to continue this, or if anybody in the pack would like to step it down a little bit. Joey Barriatua, better known as Joey Bags, has regained touch too, and he's sitting there in 6th position. And Eric LaRue in 5th position. Diaz Lopez still at the front.
This pack is bunching up here, Jeff. These athletes starting to look around, seeing who is going to be the next person to drive this train all the way to the finish line. Tyrone Gorsey thinks it might be him, might be his time.
Oh, he gives a look to the inside and then moves to the front as they make their way towards the 3,000-meter mark.
These sequined singlets are a thing of beauty, sparkling in this late night air on the longest day of the year in Portland, Oregon. The sun, while it might not be shining as brightly as it once did, still out.
8:12 through 3,000 meters for Gorsey, who's gotten to the front. And remember, we talked about this last night during the 10,000, but in 2023, I believe, when Gorsey was a senior in high school, he went after Rudy Chapa's 10,000-meter high school record and ran 29 flat, but middle of the race, leaned over, and like you said, left his lunch on the track. But
yeah,
then
he maybe went and picked it up again later, but at least for the time, it was splattered across the backstretch and maybe even a little bit on the home stretch. But
he gathered himself and finished the race and ran, I believe, the fastest high school 10,000-meter run in Oregon history.
And, you know, we don't need to give any free marketing or free advertising out here, but there was a marketing campaign at one time from one of the major shoe brands that said, runners, yeah, we're different. And Tyrone Gorsey's performance that day was very emblematic of that.
He's different and probably led to his signing on the Butter Boys Track Club right there and then. So Gorsey,
hopefully he's not lactose intolerant.
Well, yeah. Gorsey at the front, and Adrian Diaz Lopez of Spain still sitting in that 2nd position. Aiden O'Gorman in 3rd, and the 3 men behind them hanging on to this pace as Gorsey pushing, but Lopez now, it looks like, inching up onto Gorsey's shoulder. And will he go around? Will he sit there? Is he just playing mind games with the young man?
Sometimes that's what it takes. If you don't have it in the legs, but you have it between the ears, use your superpower.
And Gorsey looking confident up at the front still. But Diaz Lopez sitting there on his shoulder as they come up and lap a runner here. And the fans are cheering him on because Suguru Osako hanging on to the back of this front pack still in that 6th spot, the Japanese great. Gorsey and Diaz Lopez sharing the lead. 67 on that lap once again. So early on in this race, they were clicking off 64s and 65s, and now they are firmly entrenched in the 67 splits. And Suguru Osako still hanging on in that 6th spot with Joey Barriatua in the blue right in front of him. You got Gorsey, Diaz Lopez, O'Gorman, Micah Wilson, and we've neglected to say his name yet, but we should keep an eye on him, and he's in the white singlet in 4th position on the outside. You got a man bun.
You mean a Beamish bun?
A Beamish bun, yeah. So he's got superpower, and you got to watch for his kick in that final 200 meters.
Yeah, like if I'm on the track with any of these guys and I see a Beamish bun, I don't want it to be anywhere near me over the final 400 meters. So we have 2 laps to go, 800 meters remaining in the 5,000-meter race here, and we have got a foot race on our hands. This has gotten tactical. There are 6 men, all with the capabilities of winning this race, and only one of them has a Beamish bun.
O'Gorman back to the front, and Michael Wilson now, as we speak his name, moving to the front as well.
Speaking it into existence, this is This is a rare move to see by a Beamish Bun going this early in the race, but maybe he has something left in the tank that we just cannot see up here. But this is the first time that we have mentioned him.
And there was some clipping back there, but Joey Baggs goes around Tyrone Gorsey. And Baggs showing the wear of the race on his face right now, but moving up as he does so. And Diaz Lopez moves to the outside as well.
Diaz Lopez enjoying some of the heckles coming from Jerry's Trackside Tavern there, as was Joey Baggs. But right now we've got Micah Wilson taking this race to the other competitors. That group of 6 is now 4 with a lap to go. Wilson goes to the arms around the top bend of this D curve. Joey Baggs covering this move very well.
And Wilson at the front, but look at Joey Baggs go, and now he takes the lead. We saw last year his friend and training partner Drew Hunter won this race in a meet record 13-14. But Joey Baggs looking to do the same and keep it in the family here.
But this race is not over yet. Tyrone Gorsey goes around Diaz Lopez with his sights set on the Beamish Bun. Does Micah Wilson have anything left in the legs after being passed definitively by Joey Baratua on the backstretch? Out wide goes Micah Wilson, pumping the arms, but here comes Tyrone Gorsey with a late race surge over the final 50 meters. It's going to be Tyrone Gorsey taking the win here at the 2026 Portland Track Fest. Oh my goodness, the Butter Boys flexing on this group. Look, if you wear sequins, you better win.
13:40 for Tyrone Gorsey here in the Electric Forest. Butter Boys take the victory as Joey Baratua gave it everything in that final lap, and he gets third, and he's strewn out on the track now. Michael Wilson giving him a hand. Wilson comes up for second, and Diaz Lopez, 13:44. He'll get fourth, and Osako holds on for fifth. So the Japanese great once again in the Electric Forest. 13:39, Tyrone Gorsey's best, so he's just outside of that, but he takes the win here, and here's a replay of him swinging all the way out to the third lane, 3 wide down the home stretch, and then thumbs in the singlet there, showing him the sequence.
A little peacock pop, if you ever wanted to see one. This is what it looks like. A fantastic finish from Gorsey, very composed, full of run over the final 50 meters, saved the best for last, and then pops it like it's hot across the finish line.
And he stole the tape. I don't know if he's coming back with that.
As far as I'm concerned, it's his.
And now we turn our attention to one of the pinnacle events on the track here at the Portland Track Festival, the Nike Running Women's 1500 meters. 1500-meter races will cap off the evening here in the Electric Forest, and it's something we look forward to every single year. Lindsey Butler there on the track after her surprise third-place finish indoors in the 1500 meters. There's Maya Cochran. Just watched her Butter Boys teammate take the victory there.
I can't not laugh when you say Butter Boys.
Salma El Badra on the line as well, the Moroccan athlete who placed second at the NCAA Championships just a week ago. She's run 4:02. And in this race as well, the Italian Olympian Cintayahu Vissa of the On Athletics Club. She's run 3:58, and this is her first race back on the track as she comes back from ACL surgery 2025.
Yeah, very excited to see what form Cinta is in. Again, I have the biggest heart and the most empathy for any of these athletes that come back from catastrophic injuries. Mostly we just want, as we were talking about earlier with Marissa Howard, just getting reps in, getting successful opportunities to come out and express your craft. But Cinta is an unbelievable athlete. That PB you see there on the screen of 3:58.11, one of the best in the world, one of the best to ever do this. We'll see what kind of form she's in now.
And Flomena asked to call on the track too, on running athlete, the 4:05 personal best. Angelina Ellis from Under Armour Dark Sky Distance, 4:08 best in this, but better known as the Steeplechaser. She's run 9:20 this year in the steeple. And the prescribed pace for this race, 4:02 on the track. Meet record set by Carissa Schweitzer, 404 flat 75. Last year we saw this race won by Sinclair Johnson in 401. And it's Albadra, South Carolina singlet, who's tucked in there behind the Pacers up front.
One of the things I always find interesting, Jeff, about the Portland Track Fest and how it weaves its way into the seasons of collegiate athletes is that a lot of your collegians have just gone through what we call championship racing season. So they've gone conference, regionals, nationals, where these are not paced affairs. These are races where athletes' only care is trying to win, and what strategy it takes to do that is much different than the strategy that it takes to run these incredibly fast times like what we have paced here today. And we have only one athlete seems, and except for Lindsey Butler, who's falling off the front pack ever so slightly, giving a true, honest effort to try and stay with these pacemakers.
So that's Albadra up front, and then Lindsey Butler. And then a bit of a break back to the rest of the pack. But Albadra wants this 4:02 pace, and she's sticking on the front two pacers to try and get that.
And as we were talking about earlier, Cinta Vissa with that PB of 3:58, 4:02, when she is in her best form, is well within her abilities. But right now, it's Albadra with the 4:02 season's best, trying to mimic that or better it even here tonight, where the weather is absolutely perfect. And every minute, it keeps getting better and better, Jeff. We go by 2:08 high to maybe 2:09 low through 800 meters. That's 2 laps done. 1 3/4 laps left remaining on this track. Albadra now making up ground on the pacer, making a big surge there. We could see her accelerate to try and catch the pacemaker, to try and get as much help as she can from the athlete breaking the wind in front of her.
So the story now is if Albadra can stay on this pace. Lindsey Butler there in that no man's land position, and the pack behind them, led by Flomena Asakal. And here comes Albadra down the home straightaway. It's all her and the lights at this point, and she's coming up to the bell lap. This is Albadra getting to the line in 2:57.
We got to give credit where credit's due, Jeff. The pacemakers did a fantastic job setting up Albadra for success in this 1,500 meters, and now she is relying on the feedback from the pace lights, those wave lights that are set at 4:02. She's coming through 1,200 meters there in about 3:14. She's got a lot of work to do, but she looks full of run down the backstretch. She's now gone to the arms, a little bit of that curve in the back. We can start to see the effort creeping up, but we'll see what Albadra has in the tank over the final 200.
And this is an outstanding effort that we're seeing for Albadra, and Lindsey Butler still has that second position, but Taryn Parks has caught up to her, and she's going around her, as you can see on the screen right now. So there's a second place change, but Albadra swinging around the final curve onto Paradise Alley here in the home stretch in the Electric Forest, and now pouring it out onto the track, trying to pull these lights back to her for a great time here in the Electric Forest. Salma Albadra of South Carolina and Morocco coming to the line, 4:03 for the victory. And then a race for second, 4:04.05 unofficially for Albadra. Taryn Parks gets second in 4:06. Lindsey Butler rewarded with a personal best as well, 4:06.2. And Hannah Gapes with a PR of 4:07.44 in fourth. Charlotte Tompkinson, 4:08.06. And Albadra with the log round there, her 4:04 victory.
This was a valiant effort, Jeff, as Albadra beginning to feel the effects of this effort start to compile with the buildup of lactic acid over the final 50 meters. Right now, all she's concerned about is getting the win as those green pace lights started to inch away from her. But we start, you can see her here pumping the arms with everything that she has, driving the knees, trying to keep her feet off the track. She's hearing the cheers of the fans, of the athletes behind her, just wondering, where are they? I just need to get to this finish line first, come away with a win. And that was a really inspired run from Albadra today. That was brave, that was tenacious, that was everything we want to see at the Portland Track Festival.
coming after here, 1 week's time outside of getting second at the NCAA championship meet too. So a nice week here in a week and a half in Oregon. Pleasant trip out here. It is high 60s right now, low 70s here in the Electric Forest. A very nice evening. And who takes the log round? Salma El-Badra.
Now, we got to sing some praises for this race that we just watched, because while we were focused on Salma El-Badra, who ran an incredible race up front there, right on the pacemakers, trying to smash her personal best. Behind her, you already mentioned this a little bit, but I want to go over it again. Taryn Parks running 4:06 for her season's best. Lindsey Butler running a personal best, 4:06. Hannah Gapes, personal best. Charlotte Tompkinson, personal best. Mia Cochran, personal best. Jessica Kane, personal best. Taylor Roatinsky, I believe that her father was NCAA cross-country champion, Josh Roatinsky, personal best. Adva Cohn, personal best. Like, that is an unbelievable stat when you just look down the line of how well all those women ran relative to their own abilities.
And you said it perfectly during the race. They were set up extraordinarily well with the pacing, and the conditions couldn't be any better here for fast times. As we turn our attention to the Nike Running men's 1,500-meter race. And we see on the outside an athlete wearing the Lee Vale kit, which is Kieran Olenard's home team in Ireland. The yellow and the black. And I believe that is Charlie O'Donovan out there. Irish athlete wearing the Lee Vale kit. Remember Kieran Olenard. Mario Garcia Romo there on the line, and he's somebody to watch here as he's coming back and run a good race last week, I would say. 3:38, I believe, in the 1,500, if I'm not mistaken. But a 3:30 man.
So much talent in that body. Fantastic runner, even better human being. Mario trying to find glimpses, you know, where all these athletes are sometimes, when you have a series of years of uninterrupted training, no injuries, when that first chink in the armor comes in, it's so hard to re-find your form, and Mario has been doing that slowly but surely over the course of this season.
And this race, always a fast one here at the Portland Track Festival. Earlier this evening, we saw Jackson Hoey run 3:35.6 to win the top heat of the high performance section. So in this hot window section, we can expect to see something slightly faster than that. If these athletes choose to go with the pace, we'll see what they attempt to do, as first and foremost, they want the win here. But 3:38.85 is what Mario Garcia Romo ran last week down at the LA Grand Prix. So he'll have to run a bit faster than that to take the victory against this competition here tonight.
Ruben Reyna also rocking that very beautiful Butterboy Track Club singlet.
A 3:36 man. Also in this field, somebody to look out for, Noah Cabet, 144 800-meter runner, towing the line for a 15.
It's always a roll of the dice, Jeff, when you see an 800-meter guy try and step up to almost double their distance, but you know the skill is there. He can definitely get out. We saw that with Tunitu Lopez just a few hours ago. This race is out hot. Pacemaker in front of those wave lights right now, trying to wait for them to catch up, hoping that he doesn't slow down too much. Here comes John Raniwicki around the outside. John would have watched his teammate Foster Malik win the Canadian National Championships over Marco Arop earlier today, so that's got to give you confidence. Every time when you're in these training groups and you see your training partners racing and running well, that puts wind in your sails. That makes you run well, so it's great to see him running confidently here at the front of this race.
And everybody wants that same spot on the track right now as they're trying to get into position behind Pacers Shane Strike. But up front.
Everyone wants to be in the front, but they don't want to be the first finisher. John Reniewicki doing a good job of clawing back Shane's streak here. Shane doing a good job of recognizing that the field is not exactly on his heels, trying to coax them along. No Cabet there in the blue over red, as that we talked about that 800 meters prowess that he has. Casey Knievelbard running on the outside right now of Reniewicki's shoulder. Shane Streak letting these lights go, and the field really not being too pressed about trying to get up there with him.
No, the field is bunching up right now as John Reniewicki is in that first finisher position, but Ruben Reyna coming up on the outside, and the Butter Boys taking inspiration from his teammate Tyrone Gorsey, and he's chasing the pace.
In our earlier races, the viewers would have seen these guys, and men and women today, be stretched out single file around the track. We just saw the men come down the home stretch here running 2, 3, 4 abreast, and that just means that these things have this is getting a little out of control, and here goes Ruben Reyna trying to make a long push for home, trying to claw back those lights, trying to see if there's something that's salvageable from this race, from that pace lagging so much in the second lap.
And some pushing and shoving in the back of the pack still as Noah Cabet tries to protect his space. And Ruben Reyna out front as they swing around the curve here in front of Jerry's Trackside Tavern.
Ruben Reyna made that big move on the backstretch, but now it seems that the rest of this field is catching up with him yet again. We got athletes 2, 3 wide coming with 400 meters to go. They're hearing the bell, and that's going to light a fire under someone's feet. Ruben Reyna still in the front, running comfortably, running that tactically. That's kind of where you want to be right now. Now getting past, going into the backstretch.
And that's James Dunn here as they round the bend. 2:55 on the clock, but now everybody's still bunched, wanting that top position. As this is Nick Plant coming through, and now he's leading. But we'll see who it's going to be with 200 meters to go in this 1500.
Ben Thomas's training that works for Cole Hawker looks like it's working for Nick Plant. Jack Kroll is a fast finishing athlete, formerly of Bradley, finishing so well in the NCAAs last year. But here comes Nick Plant. What do they have in store? Can anyone react to his move? 50 meters to go. Nick Plant still holding the lead narrowly. Jack Kroll in second. This is Nick Plant taking the victory here in the top section of the men's 1,500 meters, 3:37.09.
Nick Plant takes the win, 3:37.09. So a tactical, I would say, a little sloppy at times affair out there for the 1,500. Yassine Sato comes up for second late with a surge, 3:37.37. And Jack Kroll, 3:37.59. But Nick Plant has seen Ben Thomas's great athletes win here before. Cole Hawker won the 800 in the past. Cooper Tier has won the 1,500 here, and Nick Plant continues that as he cruises through 3:37.09 with a 56 close.
When the pace went out the window on the second lap, these guys had to reevaluate and adjust what their race strategies were in real time. This was an excellent strategic execution from Nick Plant, who saw that, he had a season's best here listed, personal best and season's best is 3:35.5. Then hopes were obvious that he would maybe improve upon that today. But then when they started to slow in the middle of the race, it just comes, how do I win this race? How do I come away with the log round? Look, this is an athlete that's trying to win some money. This is a professional sport after all, and so hats off to Nick Plant. Congratulations on coming away with the win here at the 2026 Portland Track Fest.
Yeah, Nick Plant takes the victory. Yassine Sato with a great finish there, closing in 55.8. Jack Kroll coming up 3:37 for third place. Paul Free, 3:37. Thomas Diamond, 3:38. And that concludes it for our hot window here. Look at this. That window's hot.
Ooh. Hot races, even hotter vibes. If you missed this year's Portland Track Festival, 365 days till next.
That's right. Could be even shorter if we get back that weekend too, and we'll see what happens next year. but I can tell you we will be back here in Portland in around a year's time, and we'll be waiting for all of the action to unfold once again. And it's been great to have all of you join us from wherever you are. Thank you for tuning in here at the Portland Track Festival. And we've seen some great racing tonight. I'm astounded by the high-performance sections as well as the hot window. We saw some great stuff and some athletes laying it out there on the line. The number of PRs coming out of this facility is quite incredible as everybody's making their way to the cars right now and hitting the drive-through on the way home, I think.
Absolutely. And Jeff, we would be remiss if we didn't acknowledge the incredible production team that goes into putting this meet on every year. All of those from Portland Track, the nonprofit volunteer-led organization that puts this meet on year after year. And the Trackland team, the production team, you guys are absolutely incredible. Everyone that was on a video camera tonight, Ivan on the drone, we got the DJ pumping the absolute beats, Mr. Ribbich down there getting the fans all vibed up and just absolutely making sure that Donovan Brazier is gracing us with his excellence and his presence down the track today. But, you know, royalty is amongst us here at the Electric Forest. So thank you from the bottom of our hearts for you guys for putting on this amazing event.
Will, thank you for joining every single year. I think this is year 5 in the booth. Maybe?
I can't count that high.
I think 22 was the first year, so yeah, this is year 5.
It's a 5-year reunion.
It's a pleasure to sit in the booth with you year after year, and of course, yeah, big thank you to the Portland Track team and organization that puts on this meet. It's a labor of love out here, and we love track and field here in Portland. And to the Trackland squad that is so innovative too in what they do, it's a pleasure to bring track experience to you. We hope you're watching from all corners of the planet. Until next year, we'll be here in Portland, and we'll see you around the track. Thank you all, and good night.